You're not losing sleep because you're broken. You're losing sleep because your mind has been working overtime, trying to protect you, trying to solve problems that don't need solving right now. Tonight, you don't need to fix anything. You don't need to figure out tomorrow. You don't need to win the battle with your thoughts. Science tells us something beautiful. Your mind already knows how to rest. It's been doing it since the day you were born. The problem isn't that you've forgotten how to sleep. The problem is that you've been taught to fight your own mind, to control every thought, to solve every worry before you can finally let go. This video exists for one simple purpose: to help you stop fighting. To help you understand that your thoughts are not your enemies, that your mind is not broken, that everything happening in your head right now is exactly what a healthy brain does when it's trying to keep you safe. So lie still, slow your breathing, and let these 30 scientific truths gently guide you away from the war inside your head, into a deep, safe, and truly peaceful sleep. Before we continue, tell me, where are you listening from tonight? And if these quiet journeys help you rest, like and subscribe so they can find you again. What if I told you that you don't have to obey a single thought that appears in your mind tonight? Lie here for a moment and just notice. Notice what's happening in your head right now. Maybe there's a worry about tomorrow. Maybe a conversation replaying from last week. Maybe just the sound of my voice, or the awareness of your body against the sheets. Whatever it is, pay attention to how it arrived. You didn't call for it, did you? You didn't sit there and consciously decide. Now, I'm going to think about that thing that's bothering me. The thought just appeared. It rose up from somewhere deep in your mind, uninvited, like a bubble rising to the surface of water. One moment, it wasn't there. The next moment, it was. And you had nothing to do with it. This is the first truth you need to understand tonight. Thoughts are not something you create. They're something that happens to you. They are events, not commands. And just like you wouldn't feel obligated to obey every sound you hear or every sensation you feel, you don't have to obey every thought that passes through your mind. Here's what's really going on in your brain right now. Deep inside your skull, billions of neurons are firing in patterns. These patterns were shaped by your entire life, every experience you've ever had, every fear you've learned, every lesson you've absorbed. Your brain is like an ancient forest, and thoughts are like paths through that forest. Some paths have been walked so many times that they're deep grooves, easy routes for electrical signals to follow. The thought about money, the thought about whether you said the right thing, the thought about that person who hurt you 20 years ago. These are old, well-worn paths. And when your mind is tired, when your defenses are down, when you're lying in bed trying to rest, these old paths light up, not because you want them to, not because they're important right now, but simply because they exist, and your brain defaults to what's familiar. But here's what changes everything. You are not the water. You are not the path. You are the forest itself. You are the vast space in which these thoughts move, and they cannot force you to follow them. A thought can say, "You need to worry about this right now," and you can simply observe. There's that thought. It can insist. This is urgent. You must solve this. and you can notice. The mind is doing its protection routine again. Harvard researcher Daniel Wegner spent years studying what happens when we try to control our thoughts. He discovered something beautiful and liberating. When you try not to think about something, your brain actually has to keep checking to make sure you're not thinking about it. It's like being told, "Don't think about a pink elephant." The moment you try to push it away, you've already given it your attention. This is why fighting your thoughts never works. The fight itself keeps them alive. So what's the alternative? Simply let them be events. Let them arrive like weather. A storm can roll through the sky, dark clouds and thunder. But the sky itself is never damaged. The sky doesn't fight the storm. It doesn't try to push the clouds away. It simply allows them to pass through. And eventually, they always do. Your thoughts are the same. A worried thought appears. You don't have to fix it. You don't have to argue with it. You don't have to make it go away. You just let it be there, like a cloud in your mental sky. And eventually, without your effort, it will dissolve on its own. Because thoughts are temporary. They always have been. Not one single thought you've ever had has lasted forever. They all fade when you stop feeding them attention. Think about the last time you were in a crowded place, a restaurant or a busy street. Conversations happening all around you. Most of them just noise, background sound that you don't even process. Occasionally a word catches your ear, but most of it just flows past without demanding anything from you. Your thoughts can work the same way. They can be there, moving and talking and insisting, but you don't have to tune in. Neuroscientist Sam Harris describes consciousness as being like a mirror. Whatever appears in front of the mirror gets reflected, but the mirror itself is never changed by what it shows. A beautiful scene can appear, an ugly scene, a terrifying scene, but the mirror remains perfectly still, perfectly clear, perfectly untouched. You are the mirror. Your thoughts are what appears in it, and you are never damaged by what passes through your awareness. Tonight, practice something radical. Don't obey your thoughts. When a thought shows up demanding your attention, just notice it. There's a thought about tomorrow. When it insists you need to solve something right now, just observe it. There's the mind trying to protect me. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to do anything except acknowledge that it's there. And then gently return your attention to the present moment, to your body, to your breath. The thoughts will keep coming. That's guaranteed. But they're just events, just phenomena moving through the space of your awareness. And you don't owe them anything. Not your belief, not your energy, not your obedience. You can let them speak into the emptiness and receive no response. And when they get no response, when they realize you're not going to react, they lose their power. They fade. They quiet down. Rest in that tonight. Your thoughts are not commands. They're just events. And you are free to let them pass like wind through an open window, touching nothing, changing nothing, simply moving through and then gone. What if the worry you feel right now isn't a sign that something is wrong with you, but proof that everything is working exactly as it should? Close your eyes and think about your ancestors. Go back 50,000 years. Picture them sleeping on the ground, maybe in a cave, maybe under the stars, the ones who slept peacefully every night, completely relaxed, without a care in the world. They didn't survive. They were eaten. They starved. They didn't make it long enough to pass on their genes. The ones who survived were different. They were the ones who couldn't quite relax. The ones who woke at the smallest sound. The ones who spent time before sleep thinking about where the predators might be, which berries were safe to eat, whether the weather would hold tomorrow. They were the worriers, and because they worried, they lived. And because they lived, they became your ancestors. You inherited their brain. Every single human being walking this planet did. The tendency to worry, to scan for danger, to replay difficult situations. This isn't a flaw in your design. It's the most successful survival feature your species ever developed. You are here, alive, lying in this bed tonight, because your ancestors worried enough to stay alive. Your brain has a part called the amygdala. It's small, shaped like an almond, buried deep in the center of your head, and its only job is to keep you safe. It watches for threats. It sounds alarms. It makes you pay attention to anything that might hurt you. And here's the important part. It cannot tell the difference between a real physical danger and an imaginary worry. When you think about an uncomfortable conversation you need to have tomorrow, your amygdala treats it the same way it would treat a snake on the path in front of you. Same alarm, same stress response, same flood of chemicals preparing you to fight or run. Your heart rate increases slightly. Your muscles tense. Your mind becomes hyper-alert, scanning for solutions, for escape routes, for ways to protect yourself. This is why you can't just tell yourself to stop worrying and expect it to work. You're not dealing with logic. You're dealing with a system that evolved over millions of years, designed by the brutal mathematics of survival. Either you worried enough to avoid danger, or you didn't survive to reproduce. The ones who made it through that filter, they were the best warriors nature could create. But here's what's changed. The threats your amygdala evolved to detect, they're mostly gone. You're not being chased by predators. You're not starving. You're not freezing in the cold. You're lying in a safe bed, in a safe room, in a world that's safer than any generation of humans has ever known. But your alarm system doesn't know that. And it's still running at full capacity, scanning, searching, warning you about dangers that are mostly abstract now. So, it worries about whether you'll have enough money in retirement, whether your children are making good choices, whether that pain in your side means something serious, whether you said the wrong thing at dinner last week. These aren't physical threats. They're possibilities, uncertainties, abstract futures that may never happen. But your ancient alarm system treats them all the same way, as if your survival depends on solving them right now. Neuroscientist Rick Hansen calls this the brain's negativity bias. Your brain is like Velcro for bad news and Teflon for good news. The negative sticks, the positive slides away. And this isn't designed to make you miserable. It's designed to keep you alive. The ancestor who remembered where the poisonous berries grew survived. The one who only remembered the beautiful meadow might have poisoned themselves next week. Think about a smoke alarm in your kitchen. Sometimes it goes off when you're just cooking dinner. Not because there's a real fire, but because it's sensitive, and it can't always distinguish between smoke from danger and smoke from a hot pan. You don't stand there screaming at the smoke alarm, demanding to know why it's broken. You understand it's doing its job, even if it's a false alarm. Your mind is the same. When worry shows up at midnight about something you can't control, that's not a malfunction. That's a smoke alarm going off. It's trying to protect you the only way it knows how. And the kindest thing you can do is simply acknowledge it. Thank you for trying to keep me safe. I know you're doing your job. Not sarcastically, genuinely. The way you'd thank someone who was trying to help, even if their help wasn't needed right now. This changes everything. Because suddenly, worry isn't evidence that you're weak or broken or doing something wrong. It's evidence that you're human. That you have a fully functional survival system that hasn't updated its software in 50,000 years. That you're carrying the same beautiful, protective, slightly outdated alarm system that kept your ancestors alive through ice ages and predators and countless dangers you'll never have to face. So tonight, when the worries come, and they will come because that's what worried minds do, you can practice something different instead of fighting them. Instead of hating yourself for being anxious, you can simply recognize what's happening. This is my survival system. It's doing what it was built to do. You don't have to fix the worry. You don't have to solve the problem it's pointing at. You just have to let it be there, acknowledge its good intentions, and then gently return your attention to the present moment. Because here's the truth your worried mind can't see. Right now, in this exact moment, you are safe. Your survival is not threatened by any thought. The worry about tomorrow exists only in your imagination, not in reality. Your body knows this. Your body is already trying to rest, to release, to let go. It's your ancient alarm system that keeps pulling you back into vigilance. But you can choose differently. You can let the alarm sound while you rest anyway. You can acknowledge the worry without believing it needs to be solved tonight. You can thank your mind for its service, for keeping your ancestors alive long enough to create you. And then you can do something they rarely got to do. You can rest deeply, safely, completely. Your mind was built to worry, but you were built to rest anyway. And tonight, that's exactly what you're going to do. What if everything you think of as you is actually something you're watching, not something you are? Lie still for a moment and notice this. Right now, thoughts are moving through your mind. Maybe a thought about what I just said. Maybe a worry about tomorrow. Maybe a memory. Maybe just the sensation of lying here, feeling the weight of your body against the bed. But here's the question that changes everything. Who is noticing these thoughts? There's something in you, right now, that is aware. Something that is watching the thoughts come and go. Something that observes the worry, registers the memory, notices the sensation. And that something, that quiet observer, that's closer to who you really are than any thought has ever been. Most people spend their entire lives believing they are their thoughts. You think you are the voice in your head, the story you tell yourself, the personality you've built, the memories you carry. But if you look closely, really closely, you'll see something extraordinary. You are not the thought. You are the space in which the thought appears. You are not the movie. You are the screen it's playing on. Think about your life. When you were 5 years old, you had thoughts, different thoughts than you have now. Thoughts about toys and games and simple childhood concerns. When you were 20, different thoughts. different worries, different dreams, different beliefs about who you were. When you were 40, 50, 60, the thoughts kept changing, kept evolving, kept replacing themselves with new content. But something remained constant. Something has been there your entire life, unchanged, watching it all unfold. The awareness that noticed your childhood thoughts is the same awareness noticing your thoughts right now. It hasn't aged. It hasn't changed. It's the same clear, open space it's always been. While everything else, your body, your beliefs, your circumstances, has transformed completely. Neuroscientist Anil Seth describes consciousness as a kind of controlled hallucination. Your brain takes in raw sensory data and creates a story about what's happening. A best guess based on past experience. Your thoughts are part of that story. They're patterns your brain generates, predictions and reactions, and memories, all streaming through your awareness like images on a screen. But the screen itself, the awareness in which all this appears, that's something different. That's not created by thought. That's what thought appears within. This distinction isn't just philosophy. It's the difference between suffering and peace. When you believe you are your thoughts, then every negative thought becomes a statement about who you are. The thought, "I'm not good enough," isn't just a passing mental event anymore. It becomes your identity. The thought, "I can't handle this," becomes proof of your inadequacy. You're trapped, identified with every random neural firing as if it were an unchangeable truth. But when you realize you are the awareness, not the thought, everything loosens. The thought, "I'm not good enough," appears, and you simply notice. There's that thought again. It's not you. It's something moving through you, like a cloud moving through the sky. The sky doesn't become the cloud. The sky remains the sky, vast and open, while the cloud drifts past and eventually dissolves. The meditation teacher Adyashanti uses a beautiful metaphor. Imagine you're sitting in a movie theater. On the screen, there's a horror film playing. Monsters, danger, fear, all projected in vivid detail. If you forget you're in a theater, if you become completely absorbed in the movie, you'll feel genuine terror. Your heart will race. Your breath will quicken. But the moment you remember, this is just a movie. I'm safe in this seat. Everything changes. The monsters are still on screen, but they're not a threat to you anymore, because you are not in the movie. You are the one watching it. Your thoughts are the movie. Your awareness is the seat from which you watch, and you've been in that seat your entire life. You just forgot it was there because the movie was so convincing, so absorbing, so real-seeming that you lost yourself in it completely. Tonight, you can practice something that will transform how you experience your mind. Instead of trying to change your thoughts, instead of fighting them or controlling them, you can simply practice being the awareness that notices them. A worried thought appears. Instead of diving into the worry, you pause and observe. I am aware of a worried thought. An anxious feeling rises in your chest. I am aware of anxiety. A memory surfaces. I am aware of this memory. Notice the language. Not I am worried, but I am aware of worry. Not I'm anxious, but I am aware of anxiety. This tiny shift moves you from being identified with the content of your consciousness to being identified with consciousness itself, with the awareness that is always here, always stable, always untouched by whatever appears within it. And here's what's beautiful about this awareness. It has no problems. Think about that for a moment. The awareness itself is not worried, even when worry appears within it. The awareness itself is not tired, even when exhaustion is present. The awareness itself has no age, no history, no story. It simply is, clear, present. The unchanging space in which all experiences rise and fall. Buddhist psychology calls this the witness. The part of you that stands back and observes without judgment, without reaction, without getting pulled into the drama. It's not cold or detached. It's simply spacious, allowing everything to be exactly as it is. And this witness, this awareness, is always available. You don't have to create it. You just have to notice that it's already here. Has always been here, underneath every single experience you've ever had. The philosopher Douglas Harding had a simple exercise. He'd ask people to point at their own face and notice what they actually experience. When you point at where your face should be, you don't see a face. You don't see a head. You see an open space, a vast emptiness from which you perceive the entire world. You are not looking out from a tiny, confined head. You are looking out from limitless awareness that has no boundaries, no edges. This isn't abstract. This is your direct experience right now. If you look for the awareness that's reading these words, that's hearing my voice. You won't find an object. You'll find an open, spacious presence that has no shape, no weight, no location. It's the field in which your head and body appear. And here's why this matters for sleep. When you rest as awareness instead of as a collection of thoughts and worries, the thoughts lose their power to disturb you. They can be there, moving and shifting, but they're not you anymore. You're the vast space in which they appear, and that space is never threatened by what moves through it. A storm can be raging in the thoughts, planning, worrying, remembering, but the awareness is calm, perfectly still, like the depths of the ocean that remain quiet even when the surface is churning with waves. You can sink into those depths tonight. You can let the surface do whatever it wants while you rest in the unchanging stillness below. You don't have to get rid of a single thought. You don't have to fix yourself or improve or become more peaceful. You just have to remember what you've always been underneath all the thinking. The awareness, the witness, the vast, open space of consciousness itself. And that awareness is already at rest. So rest there tonight. Let the thoughts move like clouds across the sky while you remain the sky itself. You are the awareness, not the thought. And awareness needs nothing, seeks nothing, fears nothing. It simply witnesses. And in that witnessing, there is peace. Why does your mind keep bringing up the same thought over and over again? Like a song stuck on repeat. You know the feeling. That worry about money that shows up every night. That conversation from 3 years ago that your mind insists on replaying. That fear about your health that circles back around no matter how many times you try to let it go. And each time it returns, you feel a little more frustrated with yourself. Why can't I just move on? Why does this keep happening? What's wrong with me? Here's the truth that will set you free tonight. Nothing is wrong with you. Your mind isn't broken. It isn't obsessing. It's protecting. Think about how your brain learned to keep you safe. When you were young and you touched a hot stove, your brain didn't just register "that hurt" and move on. It created a strong memory, a warning system, so that every time you saw a stove afterward, a little alarm would go off. That repetition wasn't punishment. It was protection. Your brain was trying to make sure you never got hurt that way again. The same system is running right now. Every time your mind repeats a thought, it's not trying to torture you. It's trying to make sure you don't forget something it has decided is important for your survival. That argument with your spouse that keeps replaying your brain is studying it, trying to figure out how to avoid conflict in the future. That embarrassing moment from a decade ago. Your brain is reviewing it, attempting to prevent social rejection. Neuroscientist Joseph Ledoux explains that our brains have what he calls a safety detection system that works alongside our threat detection system. But here's the problem. The safety system requires much more evidence to feel satisfied than the threat system requires to sound an alarm. One scary experience can create a memory that lasts a lifetime. But 100 safe experiences might not be enough to convince your brain that the danger is truly gone. This is why your mind repeats. It's still looking for proof that you're safe. It's still scanning for threats. It's still reviewing past dangers to make sure you're prepared for future ones. And the more important your brain has decided something is, the more frequently it will bring it up for review. Not because it wants to keep you awake, but because in its ancient programming, staying vigilant equals staying alive. Think about a security guard walking the perimeter of a building. Every hour, they make the same rounds. Check the doors. Check the windows. Check the locks. Are they obsessed? No. They're doing their job. They're protecting what matters. Your mind is that security guard, making its rounds through your thoughts, checking and rechecking the things it has labeled as important. Did we handle that situation correctly? Are we prepared for what's coming? Is everything secure? The repetition feels exhausting to you because you're experiencing it from the inside. But from your brain's perspective, it's being responsible. It's being thorough. It's making sure nothing gets missed. Dr. Stephen Hayes, who developed acceptance and commitment therapy, uses the metaphor of a mind as a "don't get killed" device. Your brain's primary function isn't to make you happy. It's to keep you alive. And in the currency of survival, repetition is valuable. The animal that remembers where the predator was seen, and remembers it vividly, and thinks about it often, is the animal that survives to pass on its genes. So what do you do with a mind that repeats? You stop fighting the repetition and start thanking it. When that same old thought shows up for the 1,000th time, instead of thinking, "Not this again. What's wrong with me?" you can think, "There's my mind trying to protect me again." Instead of frustration, you can feel something closer to compassion. Your brain is working overtime because it cares about keeping you safe. It's just using an outdated system that doesn't realize you're not in danger anymore. Think about a smoke alarm that's too sensitive. It goes off when you toast bread, when you take a hot shower, when you light a candle. Every single time, same alarm, same loud beeping. You could get angry at it. You could yell. Why do you keep doing this? There's no fire. Or you could understand that it's just doing what it was designed to do. Detect any hint of smoke and warn you. Even if most of the warnings are false alarms, your repetitive thoughts are false alarms. Your brain detecting hints of possible danger and warning you, over and over, just to be safe. And the most peaceful response isn't to argue with the alarm or hate yourself for having it. It's to acknowledge it. Thank you for the warning, and then gently return to what you were doing. In this case, returning to rest. Here's what's beautiful about this understanding. When you stop resisting the repetition, it loses its power. When you stop thinking, this thought shouldn't be here, the thought stops feeling like a problem. It's just your mind doing its protective rounds again. You can let it do its job while you do yours, which tonight is simply to rest. The thought will come back tomorrow. It might come back 100 more times. But each time, instead of fighting it, you can simply recognize it. There's that thought again, my mind trying to keep me safe. And then, without judgment, without frustration, you can let it pass through like every other thought. Not because you've solved anything, not because you've figured out how to stop it, but because you've finally understood what it is. Not obsession, just protection, not punishment, just an ancient alarm system doing the only thing it knows how to do. And in that understanding, there is finally permission to rest, even while the thoughts repeat, even while the mind does its rounds. You can rest anyway. What if I told you that your brain can't actually tell the difference between something that happened 20 years ago and something happening right now? Lie still and think about a difficult memory. Maybe something from your childhood. Maybe a loss you experienced. Maybe a moment of fear or pain that left its mark. Notice what happens in your body as you remember it. Your heart might beat a little faster. Your breath might get shallow. A tightness might appear in your chest or your stomach. Your body is responding as if the event is happening now, even though your logical mind knows it's long over. This is one of the most important things to understand about your brain. It doesn't process time the way you think it does. To your conscious mind, the past is clearly past, filed away in the category of things that already happened. But to the deeper, older parts of your brain, the parts that handle emotion and survival, a memory isn't a story about the past. It's a present moment experience, happening right now, in vivid detail. Neuroscientist Antonio Damasio discovered that when you recall an emotional memory, your brain reactivates many of the same neural patterns that fired during the original experience. If you remember a moment of fear, the fear circuits light up. If you remember a moment of sadness, the sadness pathways engage. Your brain is essentially reliving the experience, not just remembering it. And because these emotional centers don't have a good sense of chronological time, they respond to the memory as if it's a current threat or a current loss. This is why trauma can feel so present, even decades later. This is why an old heartbreak can ache in your chest as if it just happened yesterday. This is why anxiety about the future can make your body react as if the feared event is already unfolding. Your thinking brain knows the difference between past, present, and future. But your feeling brain, your survival brain, lives in an eternal now where everything is immediate. Think about dreams. In a dream, you can be a child again, or you can be in a place that doesn't exist, or you can experience something completely impossible. And while you're in the dream, it feels completely real. Your body responds with real fear, real joy, real confusion. Time doesn't work in dreams the way it works when you're awake. Past and present blend together. Cause and effect get scrambled. Your memories work the same way, especially at night when your logical brain is tired and your emotional brain takes over. A memory from 30 years ago can surface, and suddenly you're feeling exactly what you felt then. Not remembering the feeling. Actually, feeling it. Your body doesn't know that 3 decades have passed. Your nervous system just knows that this neural pattern equals danger, or loss, or shame, and it responds accordingly. This is why telling yourself, "That was a long time ago, it shouldn't bother me anymore," doesn't work. Your emotional brain doesn't care how long ago it was. It only cares that the pattern is active, which means, as far as it's concerned, the experience is present. But here's where this truth becomes comforting instead of disturbing. Once you understand that your brain doesn't process time well, you can stop blaming yourself for having feelings about old events. You're not weak for still feeling sad about a loss from years ago. You're not broken because an old fear still shows up. Your brain is simply doing what brains do, responding to activated patterns as if they're current experiences. And more importantly, you can use this knowledge to help yourself rest. When a memory surfaces tonight and brings feelings with it, you don't have to get pulled into the story. You can simply recognize what's happening. My brain is activating an old pattern. It thinks this is happening now, but it's not. This is just a memory. I am safe in this moment. Psychiatrist Bessel van der Kolk says that one of the most healing things we can do is learn to distinguish between then and now. When your body starts responding to a memory, you can gently remind it, "That was then. This is now." Not as a way to dismiss the memory or minimize what happened, but as a way to help your nervous system orient to present reality. Right now, in this actual moment, you are lying in a bed. You are safe. Your body is supported. You are breathing. Whatever memory might be visiting you, it's not happening now. The event is over. It lives only in neural patterns, in electrical signals moving through your brain. And while those signals can create feelings, they cannot create actual danger. The past cannot hurt you anymore. It can only echo. Think of memories like recordings. When you play an old recording, you hear the sound. You experience the music or the voice, but you're not back in the moment when it was recorded. You're here, now, listening to something that was captured long ago. Your memories are the same. They're recordings. And when they play, you can experience them without believing you're back in that time. The moon is reflecting light from the sun, but the moon itself is not the sun. A memory is reflecting an experience from the past, but the memory itself is not the past. It's a present moment neural event that resembles something that used to be real. And once you see it that way, once you recognize that what you're experiencing is a reflection and not the thing itself, you can let it be there without being consumed by it. Your mind will keep bringing up old moments. That's guaranteed, especially at night, when the boundaries between time periods get blurry and your brain starts mixing everything together. But you don't have to go back there. You can stay here. You can notice the memory, feel whatever feelings come with it, and remind yourself gently, kindly. This is a memory. I am here. I am now. I am safe. The mind doesn't understand time, but you do. And tonight, you can use that understanding to create distance between what was and what is. The past happened. The feelings are real. But this moment, this breath, this body in this bed, this is what's actually true right now. And right now, you can rest. Even while the timeless mind plays its recordings, even while old echoes move through your awareness, you can rest, anchored in the only moment that truly exists. Now, what if most of the thinking you do isn't actually helping you solve anything? Notice what your mind is doing right now. Is it working on a problem, running through scenarios, trying to figure something out? Most people spend hours every day thinking, analyzing, planning, worrying, believing that all this mental activity is productive, believing that if they just think hard enough, long enough, they'll finally arrive at the answer that will make everything okay. But here's what neuroscience has discovered. Most thinking is not problem solving. Most thinking is just thinking. It's mental activity that creates the illusion of progress while actually keeping you stuck in the same loops. Let me show you what I mean. Think about a real problem you're facing. Maybe it's financial, maybe it's relational, maybe it's about your health or your future. Now notice what happens when you start thinking about it. Your mind immediately starts generating scenarios. What if this happens? What if that doesn't work? Maybe I should do this. But what about that? Round and round it goes, pulling up possibilities, testing options, imagining outcomes. And here's the critical question. Is any of this mental activity actually solving the problem? Or is it just rehearsing the problem over and over in different variations most of the time? If you're honest, it's the latter. You're not solving, you're ruminating, you're spinning. Psychologist Susan Nolan Hoeksema spent decades researching what she called overthinking, and what she found was both surprising and liberating. People who think more about their problems don't solve them better. In fact, they often solve them worse, because thinking, especially repetitive, circular thinking, actually impairs your ability to see clearly, make decisions, and take effective action. It's like stirring muddy water. The more you stir, the murkier it gets. Real problem solving is different. Real problem solving is specific, time-limited, and action-oriented. You identify a problem. You gather information. You consider a few options. You choose one. You act. It's clean. It's efficient. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. But overthinking has no end. It just spirals, creating the feeling of productivity while actually preventing resolution. Here's why this matters tonight. Most of what's keeping you awake isn't actually problems that need solving right now. It's thinking that doesn't know when to stop. Your mind keeps working on things that can't be worked on in this moment, either because you don't have enough information, or because the situation is beyond your control, or because it's 3 a.m. and there's literally nothing you can do about it until tomorrow anyway. Think about a computer that keeps running a program in the background, using up memory and battery, even though the program isn't accomplishing anything useful. That's what your mind does with unsolvable or already solved problems. It keeps running the program, keeps churning through the same material, creating heat and noise and exhaustion without producing anything of value. And here's the beautiful part. You can stop the program without solving the problem. You can let the thought be there without needing to think it all the way through. Because most thoughts don't need completion. Most thoughts don't need answers. They just need to be allowed to exist and then fade away when they're ready. When a worry appears about money, you don't have to calculate your entire financial future before you can rest. When a thought arises about a relationship issue, you don't have to resolve the whole dynamic tonight. When your mind starts planning tomorrow, you don't have to nail down every detail before you can sleep. These thoughts can simply be there, acknowledged but not engaged, noticed but not followed. There's an old Zen story about a student who asks the master, "How do you deal with difficult thoughts?" The master says, "I don't invite them in for tea." That's all you need to do tonight. Don't invite the thoughts in for tea. Don't set out cups and cookies and settle in for a long conversation. Just let them pass by like strangers on a street, acknowledged with a nod and then gone. The thinking mind believes that every thought deserves a response. Every question demands an answer. Every problem requires immediate mental labor. But that's not true. Thoughts can pass through without your participation. Questions can hang in the air unanswered. Problems can wait until morning, when your rested brain can actually do something about them. Philosopher Alan Watts used to say that the mind is a wonderful servant, but a terrible master. When you use your mind intentionally to solve a specific problem at a specific time, it's incredibly useful. But when your mind starts running on its own, spinning out thoughts and scenarios and worries without your conscious direction, it becomes a tyrant, demanding your attention and energy for tasks that lead nowhere. Tonight, you can recognize the difference. Is this thought actually solving something, or is it just thinking for thinking's sake if it's the latter? And most of the time it is. You can let it go, not with force, not with judgment, just with recognition. This is just thinking. It's not solving anything. I can let it pass. Many thoughts don't need resolution. They need release. They need permission to be incomplete, unresolved, unanswered. And when you give them that permission, when you stop demanding that your mind tie up every loose end before you can rest, something magical happens. The thoughts start to quiet on their own, not because you've solved them, but because you've stopped feeding them the energy of your engagement. You can rest tonight without having all the answers. You can sleep without resolving every question. You can let your mind be messy and uncertain and full of loose threads. Because thinking is not the same as solving, and solving is not required for rest. Your mind can keep offering thoughts, and you can keep letting them pass, until finally, blessedly, sleep takes over and gives your tired mind the rest it's been needing all along. Have you noticed that your thoughts seem bigger, darker, more overwhelming at night than they do during the day? That problem that felt manageable at noon suddenly feels impossible at midnight. That worry that was just background noise this morning is now screaming at you from every corner of your mind. And you wonder, why does everything feel so much worse when I'm trying to sleep? Here's the truth that will bring you relief tonight. Your mind isn't getting worse at night. It's not becoming more anxious or more broken or more out of control. It's just getting tired. And when your mind is tired, it loses the filters that usually keep things in perspective. Think about what happens to your brain as the day goes on. All day long, your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for logic, reasoning, and emotional regulation, has been working hard. It's been managing your reactions, keeping your fears in check, helping you see things clearly and rationally. But by nighttime, that part of your brain is exhausted. It's like a muscle that's been flexing all day. It needs rest. And when it starts to fade, the other parts of your brain, the older, more primitive parts that handle emotion and survival instincts, they start to take over. Neuroscientist Matthew Walker, who studies sleep and the brain, explains that when we're sleep-deprived or just tired at the end of a long day, the amygdala becomes more reactive. The amygdala is your brain's alarm system, and without the prefrontal cortex there to calm it down, it starts sounding louder and more urgent alarms. This is why a small worry can feel like a catastrophe at 3 in the morning. This is why you can spiral into dark thoughts that would never take hold during daylight hours. Your emotional regulation system is offline. Your perspective-taking ability is diminished. Your ability to talk yourself down from the ledge is weakened. It's not that the thoughts at night are more true than the thoughts during the day. They're just louder. They're uncensored. They're operating without the usual filters that help you distinguish between real threats and imagined ones. Think about being drunk. When someone is drunk, their inhibitions lower. They say things they wouldn't normally say. They react more emotionally. They lose their sense of proportion. Being exhausted does something similar to your brain. It lowers your mental inhibitions. Thoughts that would normally be dismissed as irrational or unlikely suddenly seem completely plausible. Fears that would be manageable in daylight feel overwhelming in the dark. And here's what makes this even harder. Your tired brain doesn't realize it's tired. It doesn't come with a warning label that says, "Caution operating with diminished capacity." Instead, it presents every thought as if it's equally valid, equally urgent, equally true. So you lie there, believing that these nighttime thoughts are showing you something real about your life, about your future, about who you are. But they're not. They're just showing you what happens when a tired brain loses its ability to regulate itself. Dr. Joanna Moncrief, a psychiatrist who studies how the brain functions under stress and fatigue, says that nighttime rumination is often just mental noise amplified by exhaustion. The content feels significant, but it's really just the volume that's changed. The problems haven't gotten bigger. Your ability to cope with them has temporarily gotten smaller. So what do you do with a mind that speaks loudest when it's tired? First, you stop believing everything it says. When a thought appears at night that feels catastrophic, you can remind yourself, "This is my tired brain talking. This is not the truth. This is just noise without filters." Second, you stop trying to solve problems with a tired mind. Your exhausted brain is not equipped to make good decisions or see situations clearly. Any problem that seems urgent at midnight will still be there in the morning. And it will look completely different when your rested brain can actually handle it. Third, you practice compassion for your tired mind. It's not trying to torture you. It's just operating with limited resources. Like a phone running on 1% battery, everything is harder when you're running on empty. Think about a child who's overtired. They cry more easily. They get upset about small things. They can't regulate their emotions the way they normally can. You don't look at that child and think they're broken. You recognize they're just tired. They need rest, not analysis. Your mind at night is that overtired child. It needs rest, not engagement. It needs you to be the calm parent who says, "I know you're upset right now, but we're not making any decisions tonight. We're just going to sleep." Here's what's beautiful about this understanding. When you recognize that your loud nighttime thoughts are just fatigue speaking, you can stop taking them so seriously. They're not revelations. They're not warnings. They're not truths you need to wrestle with. They're just the sound a tired brain makes when it's running out of energy. And the kindest thing you can do for yourself and for your exhausted mind is to let it rest. Not to feed it more problems to solve. Not to believe every alarm it sounds. Just to acknowledge, "You're tired. I'm tired." And tired minds speak loudly, but not truthfully. The thoughts will quiet when you sleep. The perspective will return when you wake. The problems that felt insurmountable at midnight will feel manageable at 8 in the morning. Because your mind doesn't speak loudest when things are worst. It speaks loudest when it's tired. And tonight, the most intelligent thing your tired mind can do is stop speaking altogether and finally, mercifully, rest. Why does that same situation from years ago keep showing up in your thoughts, night after night, as if it just happened yesterday? Maybe it's a relationship that ended badly. Maybe it's something you said that you wish you could take back. Maybe it's a moment when you were hurt, or scared, or humiliated, and even though years have passed, it still feels unresolved. Here's what's happening. Your mind is trying to finish a story that never got an ending. Human beings are narrative creatures. We don't just experience events. We turn them into stories with beginnings, middles, and ends. Stories help us make sense of what happens to us. They give us closure. They let us file experiences away as complete and move on. But some stories don't get endings. Some conversations never reach resolution. Some relationships end without closure. Some painful moments never get explained or reconciled or made right. And when that happens, your mind doesn't know how to file the story away. It stays open like a book left on the table with the last chapter unread. And your brain, being the completion-seeking system it is, keeps going back to that book, trying to write an ending. Psychologist Bluma Zygarnik discovered what's now called the Zygarnik effect, the finding that people remember uncompleted tasks better than completed ones. Your brain gives more attention to things that feel unfinished, an interrupted task, an unresolved conflict, an incomplete story. These occupy more mental space than things that have been properly concluded. This is why you can watch a movie 20 years ago, finish it, and barely remember the details. But a movie you started and never finished, you might think about it for years. I wonder how that ended. I should go back and watch the rest. Your unresolved experiences work the same way. That argument where you never got to say what you really meant. That relationship that ended abruptly without explanation. That moment of trauma that was never processed or made sense of. These are unfinished stories, and your mind keeps returning to them, not to punish you, but because it's genuinely trying to complete them. The problem is, some stories can't be completed the way your mind wants them to be. You can't go back and redo that conversation. You can't get closure from someone who's no longer in your life. You can't change what happened or make it make sense in a way that feels satisfying. But your mind doesn't know that. So it keeps trying. It keeps replaying the scene, looking for a different angle, searching for the missing piece that will finally let the story close. Therapist Esther Perel, who works with people processing relationship endings and unresolved conflicts, says that one of the most important things we can learn is how to write our own endings. Not the endings we wish had happened, but endings that we create for ourselves internally. This doesn't mean rewriting history or pretending things went differently. It means giving yourself permission to close the story even when it didn't end the way it should have. It means saying, "This story doesn't have the ending I wanted, but I'm choosing to end it anyway. I'm choosing to let it be incomplete in the world while making it complete in my mind." Here's how you do that. When the persistent thought shows up, when the old story starts playing again, you can acknowledge it. Yes, this happened. Yes, it was painful. Yes, I wish it had gone differently. And then you can add your own ending. Not a fantasy ending, but a truthful one. And now it's over. I survived it. I learned from it. And I'm choosing to close this chapter even though it didn't end the way I hoped. You can even speak it out loud if you're alone. I release this story. I don't need it to be different than it was. I accept that it's incomplete, and I'm closing it anyway. This isn't about forcing positivity or pretending you're okay with something that hurt you. It's about recognizing that some stories will never get the endings they deserve, and continuing to search for those endings only keeps you trapped in an endless loop. Think about a song that gets stuck in your head. Sometimes the reason it keeps looping is because you only remember part of it. Your brain keeps cycling back to the beginning, trying to complete the song. But if you play the whole song through to the end, even if the ending isn't satisfying, the loop often breaks. The song is finished. Your brain can let it go. Your persistent thoughts work the same way. They're stuck in a loop because the story feels incomplete. But you have the power to complete it yourself, not by changing what happened, but by choosing to end it, by saying, "This story is done. It didn't end the way I wanted, but it's still done, and I'm ready to close the book now." Some of the most persistent thoughts that keep you awake aren't about current problems at all. They're about old stories your mind is still trying to finish. Stories from childhood, stories from past relationships, stories from moments of pain or fear or loss that never got properly resolved. And tonight, you can give yourself permission to finish those stories. Not by fixing them or understanding them completely or making peace with them in some perfect way, but simply by choosing to end them, by acknowledging that they happened, that they mattered, that they left a mark, and that now, finally, you're ready to turn the last page and close the book. Your mind has been trying so hard to finish these stories for you. It's been working day and night, replaying and analyzing and searching for closure. But the closure it's looking for can only come from you, and you can give it, right now, tonight, by choosing to let the unfinished stories be unfinished, by releasing your mind from the impossible task of rewriting the past. The stories are done. They may not have the endings you wanted, but they're done. And in accepting that, in choosing to close them anyway, you finally free your mind to rest. What if the silence you're afraid of is actually the most peaceful place you could ever be? Most people are terrified of mental silence. Not consciously, perhaps, but deep down. Because silence means being alone with yourself. It means having nothing to distract you from your thoughts, your feelings, your awareness of your own existence. So we fill every moment. We scroll through phones, we turn on televisions, we play music. We think and plan and worry and analyze. Anything to avoid the quiet. But here's what you need to understand tonight. Silence is not emptiness. Silence is not loneliness. Silence is not the absence of something valuable. Silence is a skill. And like any skill, it can be learned, practiced, and eventually mastered. Think about what silence really is. It's not that there are no sounds. Right now, if you listen, you can probably hear something. The hum of a fan, the distant sound of traffic, your own breathing. Silence isn't the absence of all sound. It's the absence of mental noise. It's the stillness that exists when you stop constantly narrating your experience, stop judging it, stop trying to change it, or understand it, or fix it. Silence is what happens when the doing mind stops and the being mind takes over. Neuroscientist Andrew Newberg, who studies meditation and the brain, discovered something remarkable. When experienced meditators enter deep states of silence, their brains don't become less active. They become differently active. The parts of the brain associated with self-referential thinking, the constant internal monologue of me, mine, I, my, those parts quiet down. But the parts associated with present moment awareness, with simply experiencing without labeling, those parts light up. Silence isn't the brain turning off. It's the brain shifting from talking mode to listening mode. Most people never learn this skill because they're taught from childhood that silence is uncomfortable, that you should always be doing something, thinking something, producing something, that a quiet mind is a lazy mind. But the opposite is true. A quiet mind is an efficient mind. It's a mind that's not wasting energy on unnecessary mental chatter, on repetitive loops, on constant self-monitoring and judging. Think about a pool of water. When it's constantly being stirred, the surface is choppy and you can't see to the bottom. But when you let it sit still, when you stop disturbing it, the water becomes clear. The sediment settles. You can see all the way through. Your mind is that pool. And silence is what allows the sediment of constant thinking to settle so you can finally see clearly. Learning to be comfortable in silence is one of the most valuable skills you can develop for sleep. Because sleep requires surrender. It requires letting go of control. It requires being okay with not knowing, not doing, not managing every detail of your experience. And you can't surrender if you're afraid of silence. You can't let go if quiet feels like a threat. So how do you learn this skill? You practice, not by forcing your mind to be quiet, which never works, but by becoming curious about silence instead of afraid of it. Tonight, instead of filling the quiet with thoughts about how you should be sleeping or why you're still awake, you can experiment with just being quiet, not trying to achieve anything, not trying to make thoughts stop, just noticing what silence actually feels like when you stop resisting it. Notice the space between thoughts. Notice the brief pauses between breaths. Notice the stillness that's always there underneath the mental noise, like the ocean floor beneath the waves. At first, silence might feel uncomfortable. Your mind might rush to fill it with something, anything. That's normal. That's what minds do when they haven't learned to be still. But if you keep practicing, keep returning to the silence, keep allowing it to be there without trying to change it, something shifts. The silence stops feeling empty and starts feeling full, full of presence, full of awareness, full of peace. Meditation teacher Tara Brach says that silence is the ground of being. It's not something you create. It's something you uncover by removing all the layers of noise you've piled on top of it. Your natural state is silence. You just forgot because you've been talking, thinking, doing for so long that you forgot what it feels like to simply be. And here's the beautiful part. Once you learn to be comfortable in silence, sleep becomes easy. Because sleep is just silence that the body has decided to join. It's thought quieting, body relaxing, awareness softening into unconsciousness. But you can't get there if you're fighting silence every step of the way. Tonight, you can practice this skill. When the urge to think arises, you can notice it without following it. When the mind offers you something to worry about, you can acknowledge it without engaging. And in the spaces between, you can rest in silence, not forced silence, not the silence of suppression, but the natural, spacious silence that's always been there, waiting for you to stop running and finally come home. Silence is not empty. It's where peace lives. It's where rest lives. It's where you've always lived, underneath all the noise, and tonight you can return to it, not as a stranger, but as someone coming home after a long journey. The silence has been waiting for you, and it's ready to hold you while you sleep. What if I told you that no thought, no matter how terrifying, has ever actually harmed you? Think about all the frightening thoughts you've had in your life, the catastrophic predictions, the worst-case scenarios, the dark imaginings that made your heart race and your stomach clench. Now ask yourself this simple question. Did any of those thoughts actually hurt you? Not the events they warned about, not the situations they imagined, but the thoughts themselves. Did they ever actually cause you physical harm? The answer, if you're honest, is no, they never did. They never could. Because thoughts are invisible, they're intangible. They have no substance, no weight, no physical power. A thought can feel dangerous. It can feel overwhelming. It can feel like it's crushing you, or drowning you, or destroying you from the inside. But that feeling is not the same as actual danger. The thought itself, no matter how vivid or terrifying, is completely harmless. Here's what's really happening when a scary thought appears. Your brain perceives a threat, even though it's imaginary. It activates your stress response system. Your heart rate increases. Your muscles tense. Stress hormones flood your bloodstream. You feel these physical sensations, and your mind interprets them as evidence that you're in danger. See, this thought is dangerous. Look how my body is reacting. But your body isn't reacting to real danger. It's reacting to a thought about danger. And there's a crucial difference between the two. Psychiatrist Claire Weeks, who helped thousands of people overcome anxiety, used to tell her patients, "A thought is just a thought. It cannot hurt you. Only your reaction to the thought can create suffering." When you believe a thought is dangerous, when you fight it, or try to push it away or spend hours analyzing it. That's when you suffer, not from the thought itself, but from your relationship with it. Think about a scary movie. When you watch a horror film, you feel real fear. Your body responds as if the danger is real. Your heart pounds. You might even scream or jump, but you're never actually in danger. The monster on the screen cannot reach through and grab you. It's just light and shadow, images projected on a wall. Your frightening thoughts are the same. They're just mental images, patterns of neural firing, electricity moving through your brain in familiar pathways. They feel real, they feel dangerous, but they cannot actually touch you. You are not your thoughts. You are the space in which thoughts appear. And just as a movie screen is never damaged by what's projected on it, you are never damaged by what thoughts pass through your awareness. The scariest thought you've ever had came and went, and you're still here, still intact, still whole. The thought did not destroy you. It could not destroy you. Because thoughts are invisible, and invisible things cannot cause physical harm. Now here's where this becomes deeply comforting for sleep. One of the main reasons people can't sleep is because they're afraid of their own thoughts. They're lying in bed, trying desperately to avoid certain thoughts, to control their mental content, to make sure the scary ones don't appear. But this fear of thoughts is what keeps you awake, not the thoughts themselves. When you finally understand that no thought can hurt you, everything changes. You can let the scary thoughts be there. You can let the anxious thoughts show up. You can let the sad thoughts, the angry thoughts, the catastrophic thoughts all move through your awareness without fighting them, because they're just thoughts, just invisible, intangible mental events that will pass on their own if you stop giving them so much power. Mindfulness teacher Jon Kabat-Zinn says, "You can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. The waves are your thoughts. They'll keep coming. That's what minds do. They generate thoughts constantly, some pleasant, some unpleasant, some neutral. But you don't have to drown in the waves. You don't have to fight them. You can simply ride them, knowing that a wave is just water temporarily rising and falling, and it cannot actually harm you unless you fight it. Tonight, when a frightening thought appears, you can practice something radical. You can let it be there. You can notice it without engaging with it, without believing it, without trying to make it go away. There's a scary thought. That's all. No fighting, no analyzing, no desperately searching for reassurance. Just acknowledgement, and then a return to your breath, to your body, to the present moment. The thought might get louder. It might insist that it's important, that you need to pay attention, that something terrible will happen if you don't engage with it. But you can smile at that, because you know the truth now. Thoughts lie, thoughts exaggerate, thoughts pretend to be urgent when they're not. And most importantly, thoughts can never, ever actually hurt you. This doesn't mean your thoughts aren't important. It doesn't mean you should ignore all of them or never think about difficult things. During the day, when you're rested and clear-headed, some thoughts deserve attention and consideration. But at night, when you're trying to sleep, when your tired brain is generating thoughts without its usual filters, you can recognize that no thought, no matter how it feels, requires immediate action. No thought is so dangerous that you must wrestle with it right now. The thoughts are just visitors passing through, some friendly, some hostile, but all equally powerless to harm you. And when you truly understand this, when you stop being afraid of your own mind, sleep becomes possible again, because you're no longer fighting an invisible enemy. You're just lying peacefully while mental weather passes through, knowing that no storm in your mind has ever actually hurt you, and none ever will. You've learned that your mind is not your enemy, that its worries are just protection mechanisms, that its thoughts are just events, not commands. Now let's discover something even more comforting. Your mind already knows how to rest. You don't have to force it. You just have to stop interfering and let it do what it naturally does. Let it drift. Are you trying to force your mind into a silence it was never designed to achieve? One of the biggest mistakes people make when trying to sleep is believing that a quiet mind is a prerequisite for rest. They lie there thinking, I can't sleep until my mind stops. I need to make all these thoughts go away. And the harder they try to create silence, the louder the mind becomes. The more they fight for quiet, the more noise appears. Here's the truth that will set you free tonight. Your mind is not meant to be quiet all the time. Thinking is what minds do. Generating thoughts, making connections, processing information. That's their natural function. Expecting your mind to be completely silent is like expecting your heart to stop beating or your lungs to stop breathing. It's fighting against the very nature of what a mind is. Neuroscientist Marcus Rachel discovered what he calls the default mode network, a system in your brain that becomes active whenever you're not focused on a specific task. This network is always running in the background, even when you think you're doing nothing. It's connecting memories, imagining futures, processing emotions, making sense of your experiences. It's the mind's natural hum, the baseline activity that never completely stops, even during sleep. Your brain doesn't go quiet. It shifts into different modes of activity. It processes the day's experiences. It consolidates memories. It dreams. The electrical activity continues all night long. So if your brain doesn't even go completely quiet during sleep, why would you expect it to be silent before sleep? The goal isn't to stop thinking. The goal is to change your relationship with thinking, to stop believing that every thought requires your participation, your response, your engagement. Think about sitting by a river. The water flows constantly. It never stops. You don't sit there demanding that the river stop flowing so you can enjoy peace. You find peace by watching the flow, by letting it move past you without trying to control it. Your thoughts are that river, always flowing, always moving. And you can find rest not by damming the river, but by sitting peacefully on the shore, watching it flow without getting pulled into the current. Meditation teacher Pema Chodron says that trying to stop your thoughts is like trying to stop the wind. You'll exhaust yourself in the attempt and achieve nothing. But if you stop trying to control the wind and simply let it blow, you can find stillness even while the wind continues. Your mind will keep producing thoughts tonight. That's guaranteed. You might have 100 thoughts before you fall asleep, maybe 1,000, and that's perfectly normal. That's not insomnia. That's not a problem. That's just a mind doing what minds do. The difference between someone who sleeps well and someone who doesn't isn't that one has fewer thoughts. It's that one doesn't fight the thoughts. They let them come and go like clouds passing through the sky. They don't assign meaning to every thought. They don't treat thinking as evidence that something is wrong. They just let the mind do its thing while the body gradually relaxes into sleep. Here's what's beautiful about accepting that your mind will keep thinking. It removes the pressure. You no longer have to achieve some perfect state of mental silence before you're allowed to rest. You can think and rest at the same time. You can have thoughts moving through your awareness while your body softens and settles. The thoughts don't prevent sleep. Your resistance to the thoughts prevents sleep. Think about background music playing in a cafe. You can have a conversation with someone while music plays. You can read a book while music plays. The music doesn't prevent other activities from happening. Your thoughts are background music. They can keep playing while you drift towards sleep. You don't need to turn them off. You just need to stop paying such close attention to every note. Quiet will come when it's invited, not when it's demanded. When you stop insisting that your mind must be silent. When you give it permission to keep doing what it does. A strange thing happens. The thoughts gradually become softer, slower, less insistent. Not because you forced them to quiet down, but because you stopped giving them the energy of your resistance. The mind is like a child seeking attention. When you respond to every sound it makes, when you react to every thought it produces, you teach it that thinking gets your attention. So it keeps thinking, keeps producing, keeps demanding engagement. But when you stop responding, when you let the thoughts be there without reacting to them, the mind eventually quiets on its own. Not completely, not permanently, but enough. Enough for your body to relax. Enough for sleep to find its way in. Enough for rest to happen even while thoughts continue to drift through like quiet background noise. Tonight, give your mind permission to keep thinking. Don't make silence a requirement for sleep. Don't fight the natural activity of a healthy brain. Just let the thoughts be there, like birds flying across the sky, while you rest peacefully on the ground below. The thoughts can keep moving, the mind can keep humming, and you can sleep anyway, because quiet is not the absence of thought. Quiet is the absence of struggle, and struggle ends the moment you stop demanding that your mind be something it was never meant to be. What if you don't have to pay attention to every single thought that appears in your mind? Right now, thousands of things are happening around you. The hum of electricity in the walls, the subtle creaks of the building settling, the distant sounds of traffic or neighbors, the feeling of air moving across your skin. But until I just mentioned them, you probably weren't aware of most of these things. Not because they weren't there, but because your attention wasn't on them. Your attention is like a spotlight. It can only illuminate a small area at a time. Everything else remains in darkness, unnoticed, even though it exists. And here's what changes everything about sleep. You get to choose where you point that spotlight. Neuroscientist Michael Posner, who has studied attention for decades, discovered that we have a limited capacity for focused awareness. We can only hold a few things in conscious attention at any given moment. Everything else, even if our brain is processing it, remains outside our conscious awareness. This means that right now, your brain is generating hundreds of small thoughts, sensations, and impressions, but you're only aware of the ones you're paying attention to. The rest simply fade away unnoticed, like background static. Most people don't realize they have this choice. They think that if a thought appears, they must pay attention to it. If a worry surfaces, they must engage with it. If their mind offers them something to think about, they're obligated to think about it. But that's not true. You can let thoughts appear without giving them your attention. You can notice them without focusing on them. You can be aware that they're there without making them the center of your experience. Think about being in a crowded room, conversations happening all around you, dozens of voices speaking at once. But you can choose which conversation to listen to. You can focus on one voice and let all the others become background noise. Or you can soften your focus and not listen closely to any of them. Your thoughts work the same way. They're all there. Multiple streams of mental activity happening simultaneously. But you choose which stream gets your attention, and whichever stream you give attention to becomes louder, more prominent, more real feeling. This is why anxious thoughts feel so consuming. Not because they're actually bigger or more important than other thoughts, but because you're giving them all your attention. You're shining your spotlight directly on them, making them the only thing you can see. But you can move the spotlight. You can choose to place your attention somewhere else. Psychologist Daniel Goleman, who wrote extensively about attention and focus, explains that attention is like a muscle. It gets tired with overuse. When you spend all day focusing intensely, making decisions, solving problems, your attention becomes depleted. By nighttime, you have very little attentional energy left. And what little you have, you're probably wasting on thoughts that don't deserve it. Here's the practice that can transform your nights. When a thought appears, especially a worried or anxious thought, notice it. Acknowledge it. There's that thought about money. There's that worry about tomorrow. But then, instead of focusing all your attention on it, instead of following it down whatever rabbit hole it wants to lead you into, you gently redirect your attention somewhere else, to your breath, to the sensation of your body against the bed, to the darkness behind your closed eyes, to the silence between sounds. You're not fighting the thought. You're not trying to make it go away. You're simply choosing not to give it your limited attention. And without your attention, the thought loses power. It might still be there, like background noise, but it's not consuming your awareness anymore. It's not the only thing you can perceive. Think about a child trying to get a parent's attention. Mom, 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 mom. If the parent responds every single time, the child learns that persistence works. But if the parent occasionally doesn't respond, the child eventually quiets down and finds something else to do. Your thoughts are that persistent child. They'll keep calling for your attention. Think about this. Worry about that. Pay attention to me. But you don't have to respond every time. You can let some thoughts go unanswered. And when you do, when you consistently choose not to give them your limited attention, they eventually quiet down on their own. This doesn't mean ignoring important things. During the day, when you're rested, some thoughts deserve your full attention. But at night, when you're trying to sleep, very few thoughts are actually urgent enough to warrant your limited attentional resources. The worry about tomorrow can wait until tomorrow. The replay of today's conversation doesn't need your attention right now. The planning for next week can happen next week. Right now, your attention belongs to rest, to your breath moving in and out, to your body gradually releasing tension, to the gentle drift towards sleep. And when you protect your attention this way, when you stop giving it away to every thought that asks for it, you discover something wonderful. You have more than enough energy to rest. The exhaustion you feel isn't from the day's activities. It's from spending all evening giving your precious attention to thoughts that drain you rather than restore you. Tonight, be selective with your attention. It's the most valuable resource you have. Don't waste it on thoughts that don't deserve it. Let them be there in the background, like distant radio stations you're not tuned into. And point your spotlight toward what actually matters right now. Breath, body, stillness, rest. Your attention will run out eventually. It always does. And when it does, when you have no energy left to focus on anything, sleep will come naturally. Not because you forced it, but because you stopped spending your limited attention on things that kept you awake. Have you noticed that your body often feels less tired than your mind at the end of a long day? You lie down in bed, and your body feels fine, not particularly exhausted, not screaming for rest. But your mind feels completely depleted, like it's been running a marathon while your body sat still. Here's something most people don't realize. Your mind gets tired long before your body does. Mental fatigue sets in hours before physical fatigue. And this mental exhaustion is actually the signal that tells your body it's time to sleep. Think about what your mind does all day. It makes decisions, hundreds of them. What to eat, what to wear, how to respond to that email, whether to say yes or no. Each decision, no matter how small, uses mental energy. It processes information constantly, conversations, news, problems at work, social dynamics, emotional situations. Your mind is like a computer running dozens of programs simultaneously. And just like a computer, it can overheat. It regulates your emotions. When something frustrates you, your mind works to calm you down. When something excites you, it works to keep you balanced. When something scares you, it works to rationalize the fear. All of this regulation, all of this processing, all of these decisions, they drain your mental battery. And by the time evening comes, your mind is exhausted, even if your body barely moved all day. Neuroscientist Roy Baumeister discovered what he calls ego depletion. The idea that willpower and mental control are limited resources that get used up throughout the day. Every time you resist an impulse, make a choice, or control your emotions, you deplete this resource a little more. By nighttime, you're running on empty. Your mind has nothing left to give. And here's the beautiful part. This mental exhaustion is supposed to lead to sleep. It's not a problem. It's not a sign that something is wrong. It's your body's natural system working exactly as designed. When your mind gets tired enough, it sends signals to your body. We need to shut down. We need to rest and restore. Your body responds by producing melatonin, by lowering your core temperature, by preparing all your systems for sleep. Sleep isn't something you make happen. Sleep is a reflex, a natural response to mental fatigue. Think about a young child. They run and play all day, burning physical energy. But what makes them finally fall asleep isn't physical exhaustion alone. It's mental exhaustion. Their developing brains are processing enormous amounts of new information, learning language, understanding social rules, making sense of a complex world. And eventually, their minds simply can't process anymore. They get cranky, they lose emotional regulation, and then they crash into sleep, their minds finally getting the restoration they desperately need. You're not different, you're just older. So you've learned to override the natural signals. You've learned to push through mental fatigue with caffeine, with stimulation, with sheer force of will. But your mind is still tired, still depleted, still desperately needing rest. The problem isn't that you can't sleep. The problem is that you're fighting the very fatigue that would naturally lead to sleep. You're lying there thinking, I should be asleep by now. Why isn't this working? What's wrong with me? And all that thinking, all that analyzing, it gives your tired mind more work to do. It's like whipping an exhausted horse, demanding it run faster when what it really needs is to stop running altogether. Psychiatrist Matthew Edlund, who studies rest and sleep, says that one of the main causes of insomnia is not recognizing when your mind is tired enough to sleep. People wait for their bodies to feel exhausted, but the body might not feel tired at all. It's the mind that's depleted. And when you finally honor that depletion, when you stop demanding that your mind keep working, keep analyzing, keep problem solving, sleep comes naturally. Here's what this means practically. When you notice, your mind feels tired, fuzzy, less sharp than it was this morning, that's not a problem to fix. That's a signal to honor. Your mind is telling you, I'm done. I need to rest now. And the kindest thing you can do is let it rest. Stop giving it more problems to solve. Stop asking it to make decisions or figure things out. Just let it be tired. Let it fade. Let it drift into the fog of near sleep without fighting it. Think about how you feel after a long day of intense mental work. After studying for hours. After a day of difficult meetings, after processing emotional news. Your mind feels like it's wrapped in cotton. Thoughts come slowly. You can't focus as well. Everything feels slightly blurred. That's not dysfunction. That's your mind's way of saying, I'm shutting down now. I've done all I can do today. And if you let it shut down, if you stop demanding, it stays sharp and alert. It will naturally drift into sleep. But if you fight it, if you panic about the fogginess and try to force yourself to think clearly, you create a second wave of mental activity. Now your tired mind has to work on staying awake and work on worrying about being tired. It's like trying to catch your breath while running. The effort itself prevents the rest you're seeking. Tonight, notice how tired your mind actually is. Notice the slowness, the difficulty forming thoughts, the way your attention keeps drifting. These aren't problems. These are invitations. Your mind is inviting you to stop working, stop thinking, stop trying so hard. It's inviting you to rest. And all you have to do is accept the invitation. Let your tired mind be tired. Let the thoughts get slower and fuzzier and less coherent. Let yourself drift into that foggy space between waking and sleeping. Your mind is tired. That's exactly what's supposed to happen. And when you finally let it rest, when you stop fighting the fatigue and start surrendering to it, sleep will come. Not because you did something right, not because you figured out the trick, but because you finally stopped preventing what your exhausted mind has been trying to do all along. Rest. Why does the decision you made at 10 in the morning seem completely wrong at 10 at night? You've experienced this countless times. During the day, you feel confident about something, a plan, a choice, a direction. But then night comes, and suddenly the same situation looks completely different. The choice that seemed obvious now seems risky. The plan that felt solid now seems full of holes. And you lie there thinking, was I wrong this morning, or am I wrong now? Here's the truth. You're not wrong either time. You're just using two different operating systems, day brain and night brain. And they run on completely different logic. Your daytime brain has access to your prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for rational thinking, planning, perspective-taking, and emotional regulation. This is your executive function center. It helps you see the big picture, weigh options, and make balanced decisions. But at night, especially when you're tired, this part of your brain starts shutting down. It needs rest more than any other part. And as it goes offline, other parts take over. The amygdala becomes more active. This is your fear center, your alarm system. Without the prefrontal cortex to provide perspective and calm, the amygdala starts seeing threats everywhere. The hippocampus, which handles memory, starts pulling up old experiences, especially negative ones, and presenting them as evidence for current fears. Remember when something like this went wrong before it could happen again. Neuroscientist Matthew Walker calls this the emotional amplification that happens when we're sleep-deprived or exhausted. The brain's emotional centers work at 150% of their normal intensity. Meanwhile, the rational centers work at about 50%. This is why problems seem bigger at night, why fears seem more real, why decisions seem more urgent. Your night brain is running on emotional logic, not rational logic. And emotional logic works differently. It doesn't weigh evidence carefully. It doesn't consider multiple perspectives. It doesn't distinguish between real threats and imagined ones. It just feels intensely, and it presents those feelings as facts. Think about having an argument late at night. Things escalate quickly. Words get sharper. Emotions run higher. In the moment, everything feels absolutely critical, absolutely true. But then you wake up the next morning and you think, why did that seem so important? Why did I get so upset? Because daytime logic has returned. Your prefrontal cortex is back online. The same situation that felt like a crisis at midnight feels manageable at 8 in the morning. This is why the old advice, sleep on it, is so wise. Not because sleep magically solves problems, but because sleep restores your rational brain, the part that can actually see situations clearly. The decision you make at night, when you're running on fear and fatigue, will almost always be different from the decision you make in the morning, when you're rested and thinking clearly. Dr. Srini Pillai, a psychiatrist who studies the brain and decision-making, says that we should never trust important decisions made after 9 in the evening. The brain is simply not equipped to make good choices when it's depleted. Any decision that feels urgent at night will still be there in the morning. And it will look completely different with a rested mind. Here's what this means for you tonight. If your mind is presenting you with problems that feel urgent, with decisions that seem like they need to be made right now, with fears that feel absolutely real and compelling, you can remind yourself gently. This is night brain talking. This is not reliable information. You don't have to solve anything tonight. You don't have to figure anything out. You don't have to make any decisions or come to any conclusions. Because the logic you're using right now, the emotional, depleted, fear-based logic of a tired brain, is not the logic that will serve you well. Think about being drunk. When someone is intoxicated, they might feel absolutely certain about something, absolutely confident in a decision. I should call my ex. I should quit my job. I should drive home. But everyone around them knows that those decisions are compromised. The alcohol has impaired their judgment. They're not thinking clearly. Exhaustion does the same thing. It impairs your judgment. It distorts your perspective. It makes everything seem more extreme than it actually is. And just like you wouldn't make important decisions while drunk, you shouldn't make them while exhausted. So when your mind offers you a problem to solve at midnight, you can say, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll look at it in the morning when I can actually think clearly." When a fear feels overwhelming at 2 in the morning, you can acknowledge, "This feels very real right now, but night brain always makes things feel more intense than they are. I'll reassess this when day brain is back online." You're not dismissing your concerns. You're not pretending problems don't exist. You're just recognizing that nighttime is not the time to address them. Because nighttime logic isn't designed for problem solving. It's designed for rest, for shutting down, for letting go. And when you finally accept that, when you stop trying to use your nighttime brain for daytime tasks, you can rest. You can let the worries and decisions and urgent feeling thoughts wait until morning. When your rested brain, your rational brain, your clear thinking brain is available to actually help you. Tonight, trust that whatever your mind is telling you right now is distorted by fatigue. Trust that morning will bring clarity. Trust that daytime logic is real and nighttime logic is just exhaustion speaking. And let yourself rest in that trust. The problems can wait. The decisions can wait. Everything can wait until your brain is actually equipped to handle it. And that time is not now. What if the painful memory that keeps haunting you only stays alive because you keep thinking about it? Think about something that happened to you 20 years ago. Something mundane. A regular Tuesday afternoon. What you had for lunch, who you talked to, what you wore. You probably can't remember any of it. Not because it didn't happen, not because it wasn't real, but because you never thought about it again after it happened. You never rehearsed it. You never replayed it in your mind. And without rehearsal, without repetition, the memory faded naturally until it disappeared completely. Now think about a painful memory. Something embarrassing that happened years ago. Something someone said that hurt you. A mistake you made. A loss you experienced. You can probably remember it in vivid detail, not because it was more real than that Tuesday lunch, but because you've thought about it hundreds, maybe thousands of times since it happened. Every time you replay it, you strengthen the neural pathways associated with that memory. Every time you rehearse it, you make it more permanent, more vivid, more accessible. Neuroscientist Karim Nader discovered something revolutionary about memory. Every time you recall a memory, you don't just retrieve it, you reconstruct it. And in that reconstruction, the memory becomes temporarily unstable, vulnerable to change. And when you store it again, it gets slightly altered by your current state, your current emotions, your current understanding. This means that the memory you're holding onto isn't even the original event anymore. It's been changed, edited, reshaped every single time you've thought about it. It's become a story you tell yourself, a story that's been refined through countless retellings. And here's the crucial part. If you stop rehearsing the memory, if you stop pulling it up and replaying it, it will naturally begin to fade. Not immediately, but gradually. The neural pathways will weaken, the vividness will dim, the emotional charge will lessen, because memories that aren't used eventually get cleared out to make room for new information. Your brain has limited storage, limited energy. It can't hold on to everything forever. So it makes choices about what to keep and what to let go. And the way it decides is simple. If you keep accessing a memory, the brain assumes it's important and maintains it. If you stop accessing it, the brain assumes it's not needed and lets it fade. This is why some people can move past painful experiences, while others stay stuck in them for years. Not because some people are stronger or more resilient, but because some people, consciously or unconsciously, stop rehearsing the painful memories. They notice when their mind starts replaying an old hurt, and they gently redirect their attention elsewhere. Not suppressing, not denying, just choosing not to give the memory another rehearsal. Psychologist Susan Nolan Hoeksema studied rumination for decades, and she found that people who repeatedly rehash painful experiences don't get healing from the repetition. They get more pain, because each rehearsal doesn't process the memory. It reinforces it, it makes it stronger, more entrenched, more permanent. Think about a path through a forest. If you walk it once, you leave barely a trace. The grass bounces back, the ground recovers. But if you walk the same path every day for years, you create a deep groove. The ground becomes compacted. Nothing grows there anymore. It becomes a permanent feature of the landscape. Your painful memories are those paths, and every time you replay them, you walk the path again. You deepen the groove. You make it harder for anything new to grow there. But if you stop walking that path, if you choose a different route through the forest, something beautiful happens. Nature begins to reclaim the old path. Grass grows over it. New plants take root. The groove gradually fills in, and eventually, you can barely see where the path used to be. Not forgetting is healing too. Not being able to recall every detail of painful experiences is not weakness or denial. It's your brain's natural way of letting go of what no longer serves you. Tonight, notice which memories your mind keeps offering you. Notice the ones that show up night after night. And ask yourself honestly, am I rehearsing this? Am I strengthening this neural pathway every time I think about it? If the answer is yes, you can choose differently. When the memory appears, you can acknowledge it. Yes, that happened. Yes, it was painful. And then, instead of replaying the details, instead of re-experiencing the emotions, you can simply redirect your attention to your breath, to your body, to the present moment where that old pain is not actually happening anymore. You're not suppressing the memory. Suppression takes effort, and effort keeps you awake. You're just choosing not to rehearse it. choosing not to give it another performance. And each time you make that choice, each time you let the memory appear without engaging with it, you weaken its hold slightly. The pathway gets a little less traveled. The groove gets a little shallower. This might take time. Memories that have been rehearsed for years won't disappear overnight, but they will fade, gradually, naturally, the way all things fade when they're no longer fed attention and energy. Poet Rumi wrote, "This too shall pass." But what he didn't say is that things pass faster when you stop holding on to them, when you stop rehearsing them, when you stop giving them new life every time they appear. The memories that haunt you tonight are only as alive as your last rehearsal of them. And tonight, you can choose not to rehearse. You can let them appear, acknowledge them, and then let them fade back into the background. Not because they don't matter, but because you matter more. Your rest matters more. Your peace matters more. And holding on to pain doesn't honor what happened. It just prevents you from healing. So let the memories fade. Let them grow dimmer. Let them lose their sharp edges and vivid colors, not through force, but through gentle neglect, by choosing, night after night, to place your attention somewhere else, somewhere softer, somewhere that leads not to more pain, but to rest. What if the key to calming your mind isn't to empty it, but to give it something soft to rest on? Most people approach sleep with the wrong strategy. They try to think about nothing. They try to clear their minds completely. They lie there demanding that their brain stop all activity. And the harder they try, the more active their mind becomes. Because fighting mental activity creates more mental activity. Demanding emptiness creates tension, and tension is the opposite of what you need for sleep. Here's what actually works. Your mind doesn't want to be empty. It wants to be gently occupied. It wants something simple to focus on, something that doesn't require effort or analysis or problem solving. Something like your breath, or the darkness behind your closed eyes, or a rhythmic sound that repeats without variation. Neuroscientist Amishi Jha, who studies attention and the brain, discovered that the mind naturally seeks something to focus on. If you don't give it something, it will find something on its own. Usually your worries, your to-do list, or your fears. But if you offer it something gentle, something neutral, something that doesn't demand mental effort, the mind will gladly rest its attention there. Think about a baby falling asleep. You don't tell the baby to stop thinking. You don't demand mental silence. Instead, you give the baby something gentle to focus on, a soft rocking motion, a quiet lullaby, the rhythm of your heartbeat. The baby's mind settles not because it's empty, but because it's gently occupied. Your mind works the same way. It needs something to rest on, and the breath is perfect for this purpose. It's always there. It's rhythmic. It's simple. It doesn't require thought. When you place your attention on your breath, you're not trying to breathe in any special way. You're not controlling it or changing it. You're just noticing it. The cool air entering your nostrils, the gentle rise of your chest, the pause at the top, the warm air leaving your body, the soft fall of your chest, the pause at the bottom, and then it begins again, over and over. A gentle rhythm that your mind can follow without effort. When a thought appears, and thoughts will appear, you don't fight it, you just notice. "Oh, I'm thinking now," and you gently return your attention to the breath. Not with frustration, not with judgment. Just a soft return, like guiding a wandering child back to their place at the table. Meditation teacher Thich Nhat Hanh says, "Feelings come and go like clouds in a windy sky. Conscious breathing is my anchor." Your breath is that anchor, not forcing anything, not making anything happen, just giving your restless mind a place to rest. The darkness behind your closed eyes works the same way. When you close your eyes, there's a field of darkness. Sometimes it's complete black. Sometimes there are subtle colors or patterns, floaters, shapes, gentle movements. Instead of ignoring this darkness, you can let your attention rest on it, not staring hard, not trying to see anything in particular, just softly gazing into the dark. Your mind likes having something to look at, even if it's nothing, and looking at darkness is infinitely more restful than looking at your worries. Sound can work this way too. The hum of a fan, the distant sound of rain, white noise, anything rhythmic and predictable. Your mind can rest on these sounds the way it rests on breath, following the rhythm, noticing the constancy, letting everything else fade into the background. Psychiatrist Herbert Benson studied what he called the relaxation response, the body's natural ability to enter a state of deep rest. He found that the key to triggering this response was giving the mind a mental device, something simple to focus on, a word, a phrase, a sensation, anything that occupies attention without requiring effort. The important part is that it's gentle, not forceful, not demanding. You're not concentrating hard. You're not trying to block out everything else. You're just softly resting your attention on something neutral, like placing a tired head on a pillow, not pressing down hard, just resting, letting the pillow support the weight without effort. Think about watching waves on a beach. You can watch for hours without getting bored or tired. The repetition is soothing. The rhythm is hypnotic. You're focused, but you're not working. Your gentle focus on breath or darkness or sound is the same. It's attention without effort, awareness without strain. And here's what happens when you practice this. Your brain waves begin to slow down. You shift from beta waves, the fast waves of active thinking, to alpha waves, the slower waves of relaxation. Your nervous system shifts from sympathetic, the fight or flight mode, to parasympathetic, the rest and digest mode. Your heart rate slows, your breathing deepens, your muscles relax. Not because you forced any of these changes, but because you gave your mind permission to rest on something gentle, and your body followed naturally. Tonight, try this. Instead of demanding that your mind be quiet, give it something soft to rest on. Your breath is always available. The darkness is always there. Sound might be present. Choose one. Let your attention rest there gently. When it wanders, and it will wander dozens of times. That's fine. That's normal. That's not failure. Just notice where it went. Acknowledge it without judgment, and softly guide it back. Back to the breath, back to the darkness, back to the sound. Like training a puppy. Gentle corrections, no frustration, just patience and repetition. And gradually, your mind learns. It learns that this gentle focus is safe, that it can rest here, that it doesn't need to scan for problems or generate solutions or replay the past. It can just rest, softly, on the simple rhythm of your breath, the quiet darkness behind your eyes, the steady sound that asks nothing of you. And in that gentle focus, sleep will find you. Not because you forced it, not because you did everything perfectly, but because you finally gave your restless mind what it needed all along. Not emptiness, just something soft to rest on until sleep takes over completely. What if the thoughts keeping you awake are only as powerful as the attention you give them? Think about a demanding child in a store. The child wants something. They ask for it. Can I have this? Can I have this? The parent has two options. Option 1, engage with every request. Explain why not. Discuss alternatives. Negotiate. Promise something later. This gives the child information. Asking gets attention. Persistence gets engagement. Option 2, acknowledge once, then stop responding. I heard you. The answer is no. Then silence. No more explanations. No more discussion. Just quiet, consistent non-engagement. Which child stops asking faster? The second one, because without the fuel of continued attention, the requests lose power. The child eventually gives up and moves on to something else. Your thoughts work exactly the same way. Every thought that appears in your mind is asking for your attention. Think about this. Worry about that. Solve this problem. Remember this thing. And every time you respond, every time you engage, every time you answer the thought with more thinking, you teach your mind that this works, that persistence gets attention. So the thoughts keep coming. They keep asking. They keep demanding. Not because they're actually important, but because you've trained your mind that you'll respond. Neuroscientist Judson Brewer, who studies habits and the brain, discovered that worry is maintained by what he calls reward-based learning. When you respond to a worried thought by analyzing it or trying to solve it, you give your brain a small reward. The reward is the feeling of doing something, of being productive, of taking action against a perceived threat. And your brain learns worry equals action equals reward. So it produces more worry. But here's what changes everything. When you stop answering, when you let thoughts appear without responding to them, the reward loop breaks. The thought appears, asks for attention, and gets nothing. No analysis, no problem solving, no engagement, just silence. And without the reward of your attention, the thought has no reason to persist. Think about spam email. When you respond to spam, even to unsubscribe, you confirm that your email address is active. You mark yourself as someone who engages, and you get more spam. But when you simply don't respond, when you let the spam arrive and then ignore it completely, the sender eventually removes you from their list. Because non-responsive addresses aren't worth the effort. Your thoughts are spam email, and the fastest way to stop them is to stop responding. Not by blocking them, not by fighting them, just by letting them arrive and then giving them absolutely nothing in return. This is harder than it sounds. Your mind has been trained for years, maybe decades, to respond to every thought that appears, to take every worry seriously, to treat every question as if it deserves an immediate answer. Breaking this habit requires practice. It requires catching yourself in the moment when you start to engage with a thought and consciously choosing to stop. The thought appears, what if I can't pay that bill next month? The automatic response is to start calculating, to worry, to problem solve. But instead, you can simply notice there's a thought about money, and then nothing, no response, no engagement, just acknowledgement and silence. The thought might get louder. But this is important. You need to figure this out. That's the thought doing what thoughts do when they don't get attention. They escalate. They try harder, like that child in the store getting more insistent when the parent stops responding. But this is the critical moment. This is where most people give in and start engaging again. But if you can hold steady, if you can continue to not respond, the thought will eventually quiet. Not immediately, maybe not even tonight, but eventually. Because without the fuel of your attention, without the reward of your engagement, thoughts lose power. They fade. They become background noise instead of urgent demands. Psychiatrist Viktor Frankl, who survived concentration camps and wrote about meaning and suffering, said something profound. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. The thought is the stimulus. Your habitual reaction is usually immediate engagement. But there's a space between them. And in that space, you can choose differently. You can choose not to respond, not to answer, not to engage. And in that choice, you reclaim your power from thoughts that have been running your nights for far too long. This doesn't mean suppressing thoughts. Suppression is still engagement. It's still giving the thought energy, just negative energy instead of positive. Non-response is different. It's not pushing away. It's simply not picking up. Like a phone ringing that you choose not to answer. The ring isn't wrong. The ring isn't bad. You're just not available right now. Tonight, practice this. When a thought demands your attention, notice it. There's that thought. And then let it hang in the air, unanswered. Don't explain to yourself why you're not answering. Don't justify your non-response. Just let silence be your answer. Let the thought sit there, unengaged, while you gently return your attention to your breath, to your body, to the present moment. The thoughts will keep coming for a while. They're used to getting responses, but each time you don't respond, you weaken the pattern. Each time you let them pass unanswered, you teach your mind something new. You teach it that not every thought deserves attention, that not every question needs an answer, that not every worry requires immediate engagement, and gradually, beautifully, the thoughts begin to quiet, not because you fought them, not because you fixed them, but because you stopped feeding them the only thing that keeps them alive. Your attention, your response, your participation. And without those things, thoughts are just empty words echoing in space, present for a moment, then gone, powerless unless you give them power. Tonight, give them nothing, and in that beautiful, peaceful nothing, you'll finally find rest. What if the foggy, drifting feeling you're fighting is actually your brain doing exactly what it's supposed to do before sleep? You felt it before. That strange state between waking and sleeping. Your thoughts start to lose their logic. Images appear that don't quite make sense. Time seems to stretch or compress. You might think of something random, something that has nothing to do with anything. And you don't quite remember why you were thinking about whatever you were thinking about before. Most people panic when this happens. They think, wait, I'm losing focus. I'm losing control. I need to wake up and think clearly. And they pull themselves back to full wakefulness. But that foggy state, that's not a problem. That's exactly where you're supposed to be. That's your brain naturally transitioning from wakefulness to sleep. Neuroscientists call this the Theta state. Your brain produces different types of electrical waves depending on what you're doing. Beta waves when you're actively thinking, alpha waves when you're relaxed but alert, and theta waves when you're drifting towards sleep. Theta waves are slower, more rhythmic. They're associated with drowsiness, creativity, and the hypnagogic state, that twilight zone between waking and sleeping. When your brain enters theta, thoughts become less linear. Logic loosens. The boundaries between reality and imagination blur. You might have what researchers call hypnagogic imagery, random images or brief dreamlike experiences. You might hear your name being called. You might see colors or patterns. You might feel like you're falling. All of this is completely normal. It's your brain transitioning between states. Dr. Matthew Walker, who has spent decades studying sleep, explains that this transition is not instantaneous. You don't go from wide awake to fully asleep in one moment. There are stages. There are gradual shifts. And theta is one of those essential stages. It's the bridge between consciousness and sleep. And you have to cross that bridge. You can't skip it. You can't jump over it. You have to let yourself become foggy. Let yourself lose the sharp edges of logical thought. Let yourself drift into that strange, loose, not quite awake state. But here's what most people do instead. They feel the fogginess coming, and they fight it. They think, I need to stay in control. I need to keep thinking clearly. And they activate their beta waves again. They pull themselves back to full alertness, and then they wonder why they can't fall asleep. Because they keep preventing their own natural sleep process from completing. Think about standing at the edge of a swimming pool. The water is cold. You know once you're in, it will be fine. But that moment of transition, that initial plunge, it feels uncomfortable. Some people ease in slowly, others jump, but everyone has to go through that uncomfortable moment of transition. You can't get into the pool without getting wet. Sleep is the same. You can't get into sleep without going through the foggy, loose, slightly uncomfortable transition state. And the faster you accept the fogginess, the faster you complete the transition. The Theta state feels strange because you're used to being in control of your thoughts. You're used to logical, linear thinking. You're used to knowing exactly what you're thinking and why. But Theta doesn't work that way. In Theta, thoughts drift. They connect in ways that don't make logical sense. A thought about your childhood suddenly connects to something you heard on the radio, to an image of a purple elephant. Random, dreamlike, strange. And that strangeness makes people uncomfortable. This doesn't make sense. I must be doing something wrong. But you're not doing anything wrong. You're doing everything right. Your brain is supposed to stop making sense right before sleep. That's the signal that you're transitioning successfully. Psychiatrist Carl Jung studied the hypnagogic state extensively. He found that this twilight consciousness was where creativity emerged, where the unconscious mind began to surface, where the rigid boundaries of ego-based thinking dissolved. He didn't see it as dysfunction. He saw it as a valuable state of consciousness that we pass through twice a day, entering sleep and leaving sleep, a state where transformation happens. So tonight, when you feel yourself getting foggy, when your thoughts start to drift and lose their coherence, don't panic, don't fight it, don't try to pull yourself back to clarity. This is exactly what's supposed to happen. Your brain is entering Theta. Your consciousness is loosening. You're on the bridge between waking and sleeping, and all you need to do is keep walking across it. Let the thoughts get strange. Let the images appear. Let time feel weird. Let yourself lose track of what you were thinking about. Let the logic dissolve. This isn't failure. This is progress. This is your brain doing exactly what billions of years of evolution designed it to do. Transitioning from the active, alert state you need during the day to the restorative, healing state you need at night. The fogginess is not your enemy. The fogginess is the doorway, and the only way through the doorway is to stop resisting it and let yourself drift into that soft, loose, not quite awake state, where nothing makes perfect sense, where thoughts come and go without logic, where images appear and disappear, where you're no longer quite sure if you're thinking or dreaming. That's Theta. That's the bridge. And once you're on that bridge, sleep is just a few more steps away, as long as you don't turn around and run back to wakefulness. So let yourself get foggy. Let yourself drift. Let the Theta waves wash over your tired mind like gentle waves on a beach. This is not losing control. This is finding your way home to the natural, healthy, restorative sleep your body has been trying to give you all along. The sleep that comes not from forcing or fighting, but from finally, beautifully, surrendering to the natural process your brain has known how to do since the day you were born. Have you noticed how exhausting it is to try to control your mind? You lie there, gripping your thoughts, trying to steer them in the right direction, trying to keep the worried ones away, trying to hold on to the peaceful ones. And the harder you grip, the more tired you become. But nothing changes. The thoughts you're trying to control keep slipping away. The peace you're trying to hold on to keeps dissolving. And you're left exhausted from all the effort, still awake, still struggling. Here's what most people never realize. Controlling takes enormous energy. Letting go takes almost none. In fact, letting go is just the absence of effort. It's what happens naturally when you stop trying so hard. Think about holding a ball underwater. You have to push constantly. The moment you stop pushing, the ball rises to the surface on its own. That's what letting go is like. You're not making something happen. You're just stopping the effort that was preventing something from happening naturally. Physicist and philosopher Alan Watts used to say that trying to control your mind is like trying to smooth water with your hand. The more you stir it, the more turbulent it becomes. But if you simply stop stirring, the water settles on its own. Your mind is that water, and all your effort to control it is just creating more disturbance. Neuroscientist Amishi Jha studied what happens in the brain when people try to suppress thoughts versus when they simply observe them without interference. Suppression requires significant prefrontal cortex activation. It burns energy. It creates tension. But observation, just noticing thoughts without trying to change them, requires much less brain activity, less energy, less strain, more ease. This is why people who practice meditation often say it feels restful, even though they're not sleeping. Because they're practicing non-control. They're practicing letting things be as they are without constantly trying to manage or change or fix. But we're taught from childhood that we should control our minds, that we should be able to think what we want to think and not think what we don't want to think. That a strong person is someone who has mastery over their mental content. So we spend our lives trying to grip our thoughts, trying to force happiness, trying to prevent sadness, trying to solve every problem, trying to remember important things and forget painful ones. And all that trying is exhausting. All that controlling is what's actually keeping you awake. Not the thoughts themselves, not the content, but the constant effort to manage it all. Think about carrying a heavy bag. At first, it's not too bad. But after an hour, your arm starts to ache. After 2 hours, the pain is significant. After 3 hours, you can barely hold on. But what changes when you finally set the bag down? Instant relief. Not because you did something, but because you stopped doing something. You stopped carrying weight that your body was never meant to hold indefinitely. Your attempts to control your mind are that heavy bag, and you've been carrying it all day, all evening, into the night. And now you're lying here, arms shaking with exhaustion, wondering why you can't rest, because you haven't set the bag down yet. You're still gripping, still controlling, still trying. Meditation teacher Jack Cornfield tells his students, "Peace comes when you let go of trying to hold it all together. Not when you finally succeed at holding it all together, but when you stop trying, when you recognize that your thoughts can be messy and your feelings can be complicated and your mind can be chaotic, and none of that prevents you from resting." So, what does letting go actually look like? It's not giving up, it's not apathy, it's not saying nothing matters. It's something much more subtle. It's noticing when you're gripping and consciously relaxing your grip. It's catching yourself in the act of controlling and gently choosing to stop. It's feeling the urge to manage your thoughts and breathing through it instead. When a worried thought appears, the controlling response is to immediately start problem solving, analyzing, searching for solutions. The letting go response is to notice the worry and then do nothing. Just let it be there. When a sad feeling arises, the controlling response is to try to make it go away, to think positive thoughts, to distract yourself. The letting go response is to let the sadness be present without trying to change it. When your mind starts racing, the controlling response is to try to slow it down, to force calmness, to make yourself relax. The letting go response is to let the racing happen while you simply observe it. You're not letting go of care or concern or responsibility. You're letting go of the exhausting effort to micromanage every aspect of your inner experience. You're giving your mind permission to be what it is in this moment without your constant interference. Think about a river. It flows where it flows, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes smooth, sometimes turbulent. And it does all of this without anyone managing it. Without anyone standing on the bank directing every movement of water. It just flows, naturally, effortlessly, following the path of least resistance. Your mind wants to do the same thing. It wants to flow naturally towards sleep. But you keep standing in the river, trying to redirect every current. And that effort, that constant interference, is what's preventing the natural flow. Tonight, try this. Feel where you're gripping. Feel where you're trying to control. Maybe it's in your jaw, clenched tight. Maybe it's in your shoulders, held up toward your ears. Maybe it's in your mind, trying so hard to think the right thoughts. And wherever you find that gripping, that controlling, that effort, see what happens when you just release it. Not all at once, not with force, just a gentle letting go, like opening a fist that's been closed too long. The thoughts will still be there, the feelings will still be present, but you'll stop fighting them. And in that absence of fighting, you'll discover something surprising. Rest was always available. Peace was always here. You just couldn't feel it because you were too busy trying to create it. But you can't create rest through effort. You can only allow it through release. Letting go is easier than controlling. Not because letting go is easy, but because controlling is impossible. And tonight, you can finally stop trying to do the impossible. You can set down the weight. You can open your grip. You can let your mind be exactly what it is, flowing naturally toward the sleep it's been trying to reach all along. What if your mind doesn't need your help to fall asleep? Think about a young child. When they get tired, they don't think about how to fall asleep. They don't strategize. They don't try techniques. They just get drowsy, and their mind drifts naturally into sleep. No one had to teach them. No one gave them instructions. Their mind simply knows what to do. And your mind knows too. It's known since the day you were born. The problem isn't that you've forgotten how to sleep. The problem is that you keep interfering with a process that works perfectly well on its own. You keep trying to drive when you should be letting go of the wheel. Neuroscientist Matthew Walker explains that sleep is a biological imperative. Your body and brain are designed to sleep. There are complex systems, refined over millions of years of evolution, that automatically guide you into sleep when conditions are right. You don't have to learn these systems. You don't have to activate them consciously. You just have to stop blocking them. Think about breathing. You don't have to think about breathing. Your body does it automatically, 20,000 times a day, without any conscious input. But what happens when you start trying to control your breath? Suddenly, it feels difficult. You can't find a natural rhythm. You breathe too deep or too shallow. You think, am I doing this right? And something that was effortless becomes complicated. Sleep is the same. When you try to make yourself sleep, when you think about how to do it correctly, when you monitor whether it's working, you interfere with the natural process. You block the automatic systems that were designed to work without your help. Your mind knows how to drift. It's been drifting towards sleep every single night of your life, and it will drift tonight too, as soon as you stop trying to steer it there. Psychiatrist Arthur Dykman studied what he called the observing self, the part of consciousness that can watch without interfering. He found that most of our suffering comes from what he called the manipulating self, the part that constantly tries to control outcomes. When you lie in bed trying to make sleep happen, you're operating from the manipulating self. You're treating sleep like a problem to solve, a goal to achieve, something you have to make happen through effort and strategy. But sleep doesn't respond to manipulation. Sleep responds to surrender, to the observing self that can simply watch as the natural drift begins, without trying to speed it up or control its direction. Think about a boat drifting downstream. The current is already moving the boat. The water knows where to go. The boat doesn't need a captain frantically rowing to move with the current. In fact, if the captain starts rowing, trying to make the boat go where it's already going, they might actually push it off course. The fastest way downstream is to simply let go of the oars and let the current do what it naturally does. Your mind is that boat. The current toward sleep is always flowing. And your job is not to row harder or steer better. Your job is to let go of the oars and trust the current to carry you. Meditation teacher Shinzen Young teaches what he calls do-nothing meditation. Not doing nothing in the sense of sitting idle, but genuinely releasing all effort to control or direct your mental experience. Just letting whatever happens happen. And what students discover is surprising when they stop trying to control their meditation, when they stop trying to achieve certain states or avoid others. Their minds naturally settle, not because they did something right, but because they stopped doing something wrong. They stopped interfering. Tonight, you can practice the same thing. Instead of trying to guide your mind towards sleep, instead of using techniques or strategies or mental tricks, you can simply stop interfering. You can let your mind do what it already knows how to do. A thought appears. You don't have to do anything with it. Let it appear. Your mind will drift past it on its own. A worry shows up. You don't have to solve it or push it away. Let it be there. Your mind will drift past it. An itch, a sound, a sensation, all of it can just be there. Noticed, but not managed. Present, but not interfered with. And beneath all of it, underneath all the content, the natural drift towards sleep is already happening. Your mind is already moving in that direction. It's been trying to get there all night, and it will get there, efficiently and naturally, as soon as you stop blocking the path with your attempts to help. Think about a toddler learning to walk. At first, they fall constantly because they're trying too hard. They're thinking about every movement, but eventually they stop thinking, they stop trying, and walking becomes natural, automatic, effortless. You already learned how to sleep. You learned it in your first days of life. And that knowledge is still there, built into the deepest parts of your brain. You don't need to relearn it. You just need to stop trying so hard. Your mind knows the way to sleep better than your conscious, thinking self ever will, because your conscious mind is a newcomer, evolutionarily speaking. But sleep is ancient. Sleep is primal. Sleep is built into the foundation of your biology. So trust it. Trust the drift. Trust that your mind knows exactly how to relax, soften, and fade into sleep without your management, without your guidance, without your help. You're not in charge of this process. You never were. And that's the most comforting news you could hear, because it means you can stop trying. You can stop strategizing. You can stop working so hard at something that works best when you do nothing at all. Your mind knows how to drift without you. And tonight, you can finally let it do what it's been trying to do all along. Drift naturally, peacefully, effortlessly into the deep. Restorative sleep that's been waiting for you to get out of the way. You've learned to stop fighting your mind. You've learned to let it drift naturally. Now it's time for the deepest truth of all, the truth that will finally set you free. You are not your mind. You are the vast, peaceful awareness in which your mind appears. And that awareness is already at rest, already at peace, already home. What if the you that you think you are doesn't actually exist? Lie still for a moment and notice your thoughts. They're moving, aren't they? One thought appears, stays for a moment, and then fades. Another thought arises in its place, then another, a constant stream of mental activity, flowing like water, changing like weather, never still, never solid, never the same from one moment to the next. Now ask yourself this question. If your thoughts are constantly changing, constantly moving, constantly being replaced by new thoughts, where is the you in all of this? Where is the stable, fixed self that's supposed to be thinking these thoughts? The truth is, there isn't one. There's no solid, unchanging you inside your head. There's only a process, a flow, a constant stream of mental activity that you've been taught to call me. Neuroscientist Thomas Metzinger spent decades studying consciousness and the self. His conclusion was radical. The self, the I that you think you are, is not a thing. It's not an entity. It's a process that your brain creates moment by moment. Your brain generates the feeling of being a unified, continuous self. But when you look closely, really closely, you can't find that self anywhere. There's just thoughts, sensations, perceptions, all arising and passing in constant motion. Think about a river. People give rivers names. The Mississippi River, the Amazon River. We talk about them as if they're stable things. But a river isn't a thing. It's a process. The water that flows past you right now is different from the water that flowed past 5 minutes ago. The river is constantly changing, constantly new. And yet, we still call it by the same name. Your mind is that river. The thoughts flowing through right now are different from the thoughts that flowed through this morning, different from the ones that will flow through tomorrow. You're constantly changing, constantly new. But you've been taught to think of yourself as a solid, stable thing, as an I that remains the same through all these changes. And that belief, that illusion of a fixed self, is one of the main things keeping you awake at night. Because if you believe you are your thoughts, then every negative thought becomes a statement about who you are. I'm anxious means anxiety is part of your identity. I can't sleep means insomnia is who you are. But what if you're not your thoughts? What if you're not the content of your mind at all? What if you're just the space in which the content appears and disappears? The river itself, not the water flowing through it. Buddhist philosophy has taught this for thousands of years. The doctrine of anatta, or no self. Not that you don't exist, but that you don't exist in the way you think you do. You're not a fixed entity. You're a process, a verb, not a noun, a flowing, not a thing. And when you truly understand this, when you feel it directly, everything changes. The thoughts that seemed so personal, so much about you, suddenly look different. They're just mental events arising in awareness. They're not you. They're not yours. They're just happening, like clouds moving through the sky. the anxiety that felt like it defined you. It's just a temporary state arising in the process you call mind. The insomnia that felt like your identity. It's just a pattern, passing through. Nothing permanent, nothing solid. Philosopher David Hume said, "When I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other. I never can catch myself at any time without a perception, and never can observe anything but the perception." In other words, when you look for the self, you only find experiences, sensations, thoughts, feelings, but never an actual, solid you behind them all. Tonight, try this. Instead of saying, "I am worried," notice worry is present. Instead of "I can't sleep," notice sleep hasn't happened yet. Instead of "I am my thoughts," recognize thoughts are appearing in awareness. These might seem like small linguistic changes, but they're pointing to something profound. You are not the content. You are the context. Not the wave, but the ocean. Not the thought, but the awareness in which thoughts appear. And here's why this matters for sleep. When you identify as a process instead of a fixed entity, you stop taking everything so personally. The worried thought isn't about you anymore. It's just a thought, appearing in the flow. The anxious feeling isn't your identity. It's just a temporary state, arising and passing like everything else. You stop defending a self that doesn't actually exist. You stop protecting an identity that's just a story your brain tells moment by moment. And in that letting go of self, in that recognition of yourself as process rather than entity, there's enormous peace. Because processes don't have problems. They just flow. They just change. They just move from one state to another without resistance. Think about how easily your body transitions from waking to sleeping when you're not interfering. Your metabolism shifts. Your temperature drops. Your brain waves change. It's all process. All natural flow. No you making it happen. Your mind wants to do the same thing. Shift, flow, change from the active state of waking to the restorative state of sleeping. But it can't do that while you're holding on to the illusion of a fixed self that needs to control everything. The self is not your enemy. It's not even real enough to be an enemy. It's just a convenient fiction that your brain uses during the day to navigate the world. But you don't need it at night. At night, you can let the fiction dissolve. Let the illusion of a separate, solid you fade into the truth of what's actually here. A flow of experience, a process of constant change, no one to protect, no one to improve, no one to fix. Just awareness itself, vast and open, watching the river of mind flow naturally toward the ocean of sleep. And in that watching, in that recognition of yourself as process rather than entity, you finally find what you've been seeking all along, not a solution to your problems, but a dissolution of the self that thought it had problems in the first place. And in that dissolution, there is finally, completely, peace. What if the deepest part of you never sleeps, never worries, and has been perfectly at peace this entire time? Close your eyes and notice something extraordinary. Right now, in this moment, you are aware of these words, aware of your body lying here, aware of the darkness behind your eyelids, aware of sounds, sensations, thoughts drifting through. But here's the question that changes everything. What is this awareness made of? Where does it come from? And most importantly, can anything actually disturb it? Think about it carefully. Thoughts come and go, but the awareness that notices them never arrives or departs. It's simply always here. Feelings rise and fall, but the awareness that registers them doesn't rise or fall with them. It remains constant, like a screen that shows movies without ever being changed by what it displays. Your entire life, you've been so focused on the content of your awareness, the thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, that you've overlooked the awareness itself, the vast, open, silent space in which all experience appears. And that awareness, that witnessing presence, is closer to who you really are than any thought or feeling has ever been. It's not something you have, it's what you are, and it has never, not once in your entire life, been disturbed by anything that appeared within it. Neuroscientist Giulio Tononi, who studies consciousness scientifically, describes awareness as the fundamental substrate of experience. Everything you've ever experienced, every thought, every sensation, every moment of your life has appeared in awareness. Without awareness, none of it would exist for you. But awareness itself doesn't depend on any particular experience. It's there when thoughts are present. It's there when thoughts fade. It's there in dreams. It's even there, in some form, during deep sleep when there's no content at all. Just pure, empty presence. This is what you need to understand tonight. When your thoughts finally quiet, when sleep begins to take hold, and the stream of thinking starts to fade, you don't disappear. The essential you, the awareness itself, remains safe, untouched, perfectly at peace. Because awareness has never needed thoughts to exist. Thoughts need awareness, but awareness doesn't need thoughts. Think about the sky. Storms can pass through it. Lightning, thunder, torrential rain. The sky displays all of it without being damaged. And when the storm passes, the sky remains exactly as it was. Clear, open, unlimited. Your awareness is that sky. The thoughts and feelings are weather. And no amount of mental thunder has ever actually touched the vast, clear space of your awareness. Tonight, as your thoughts begin to fade, as the mental activity starts to slow down and dissolve into sleep, you can rest in this understanding. You are the awareness, not the thoughts. And awareness is always safe, always here, always at peace. When a thought appears and says, "I'm anxious," awareness simply notices anxiety appearing. When a thought says, "I can't sleep," awareness simply observes that thought arising. The awareness itself is never anxious. The awareness itself never struggles with sleep. It just watches, patiently, peacefully, without judgment, without fear, without needing anything to be different than it is. Meditation master Ramana Maharshi used to ask his students one question over and over. Who is aware of this thought? Not what is the thought about, not is the thought true, but who is aware that the thought exists? And if you trace that question back, if you really look for the one who is aware, you discover something shocking. You can't find a who. You only find awareness itself, boundless, impersonal, unchanging. Not your awareness, not mine, just awareness. The same awareness that's been here watching your entire life unfold. From your earliest childhood memories to this present moment, the same awareness that will be here watching long after this particular collection of thoughts and memories has dissolved. And here's what's so comforting about this. When you rest as awareness instead of as a bundle of thoughts trying to sleep, sleep becomes effortless because awareness doesn't need to sleep. It doesn't need rest. It's already resting. The thoughts need rest. The thinking mind needs to shut down and recover. But awareness is eternally fresh, eternally present, eternally at peace. And when you recognize yourself as that awareness, you stop fighting the process of thought dissolution. You stop panicking when thoughts begin to fade. You stop trying to hold on to coherence and logic as you drift. Because you understand now that even when all thoughts disappear completely, you remain. The awareness remains. And that awareness is safe. It's always been safe. It will always be safe. Because nothing that appears in awareness can actually harm awareness itself. Think about a mirror. You can reflect any image in a mirror. Beautiful images, terrible images. The mirror remains unchanged. It's never damaged by what it reflects. Your awareness is that perfect mirror. And tonight, as you let your thoughts fade, as you allow the mental activity to dissolve into silence, you can rest in the certainty that you, the awareness, the witness, the vast open space of consciousness itself, are not fading. You're not disappearing. You're not losing anything essential. You're just allowing the temporary content to quiet down while the eternal context remains exactly as it's always been. Here, now, aware, at peace. The thoughts will fade. That's what you want. That's what sleep requires. But you, the real you, the awareness that has watched every thought you've ever had, that awareness remains, always here, always safe, always home, and in that remaining, in that eternal presence, there is finally, completely, nothing to fear, nothing to protect, nothing to control, just awareness itself, watching peacefully as the tired mind finally, gratefully, rests. What if falling asleep is something you're already expert at, and you've just forgotten? You know how. Think about how many nights you've lived. If you're 60 years old, that's approximately 22,000 nights. 22,000 times you've lain down in darkness. 22,000 times you've transitioned from waking to sleeping. And out of those 22,000 times, how many times have you actually failed? How many nights have you truly not slept at all? The answer, if you're honest, is very few, maybe none. Even the nights that felt endless, the nights you were convinced you didn't sleep. Research shows you probably slept more than you think. Your perception of time becomes distorted when you're lying awake. 5 minutes feels like an hour. An hour feels like an entire night. But the sleep tracking studies are clear. Even people with severe insomnia sleep more than they believe they do. Your mind tells you that you didn't sleep, but your body knows differently. It found rest, even if your worried mind didn't notice. So, here's what this means. You are not bad at sleeping. You are extraordinarily good at it. You've done it successfully, thousands upon thousands of times. Your body knows exactly how to do this. Your mind knows exactly how to let go. You've proven this ability, night after night, year after year, for your entire life. And tonight will not be different. Your mind will let go again. It always does. It has to. Because that's what minds do when bodies get tired enough. Psychiatrist Carl Diceroth, who studies memory and learning, explains that the brain has what's called Procedural memory, the memory of how to do things, like riding a bike. Once you learn, you never truly forget. The pattern is stored deep in your nervous system. Falling asleep is procedural memory. You learned it as an infant. You've practiced it every single night since. The pattern is so deeply embedded in your nervous system that you literally cannot forget it. Your body knows the way to sleep better than it knows almost anything else. But here's what happens. Your thinking mind gets scared. It starts monitoring. Am I falling asleep yet? Is it working? What if I can't do it tonight? And all that monitoring, all that checking, interferes with the automatic process. It's like riding a bike while constantly thinking about how to balance, how to pedal, whether you're doing it right. The overthinking disrupts what your body already knows how to do naturally. Think about breathing. You breathe automatically thousands of times a day without thinking about it. But the moment you start consciously controlling your breath, trying to breathe perfectly, it becomes difficult, forced, uncomfortable. You haven't forgotten how to breathe. You're just interfering with an automatic process that works better without your conscious involvement. Sleep is the same. You haven't forgotten. You haven't lost the ability. You're just interfering with something that your nervous system has been doing successfully for decades. And the proof is in your history. Thousands of successful nights. Thousands of times your mind let go, your body relaxed, and sleep happened exactly as it was supposed to. Tonight is just one more night in that long, successful pattern. Dr. Michael Perlis, who directs a sleep clinic and has worked with thousands of insomniacs, says something profound. He tells his patients, you don't need to learn how to sleep. You need to learn how to get out of the way of sleep. Because the ability is already there. The skill is already present. You're not building something new. You're rediscovering something you've always known. And all those previous nights, all those thousands of successful transitions from waking to sleeping, they're not gone. They're stored in your body's memory. Your nervous system remembers how to do this. Your brain remembers the pattern. You just need to trust that memory. Trust that your body hasn't forgotten. Trust that the same process that worked last night and the night before and 10,000 nights before, that will work again tonight. Think about it this way. Every time you felt like you couldn't sleep, like it was impossible, like this night would be different from all the others, what eventually happened? You slept. Maybe later than you wanted. Maybe not as deeply as you hoped. But you slept. Your mind gave up trying to stay awake. Your body took over. And sleep happened, regardless of how much your worried mind insisted it wouldn't. This is the pattern. This is what always happens. And tonight will follow the same pattern. Your worried mind will exhaust itself. Your thinking will slow down. Your body's wisdom will take over, and sleep will happen. Not because you did anything special, not because you finally figured out the secret, but because sleep is what bodies do. It's what your body has done thousands of times before. It's what your body knows how to do better than almost anything else. You are already an expert at falling asleep. You've had a lifetime of practice, and tonight is not a test. Tonight is not a challenge to overcome. Tonight is just another opportunity for your body to do what it's always known how to do. Meditation teacher Tara Brach tells her students, trust the gold, meaning trust the innate wisdom that's already present. Trust the intelligence of your body. Trust the thousands of successful experiences that prove you know how to do this. So tonight, instead of approaching sleep like a stranger, like something foreign and difficult that you have to learn, approach it like coming home, like returning to something familiar, something you've done so many times that your body could do it in its sleep, because it can, because it will, because it always has. Your mind has let go thousands of times before, and it will let go again tonight. Not because you forced it, not because you controlled it, but because letting go is what minds do when they're finally ready to rest. And your mind is ready. Your body is ready. The pattern is already there, waiting to unfold exactly as it has thousands of times before. All you have to do is stop interfering, stop doubting, stop monitoring, stop checking to see if it's working yet. Just lie here, breathing softly, and trust the thousands of successful nights that prove you already know exactly how to do this. You've fallen asleep thousands of times before, and you'll fall asleep tonight too. That's not hope. That's not wishful thinking. That's just the truth of your own history, the truth of your own wisdom, the truth that your body has been trying to show you all along. What if sleep is not about losing consciousness, but about losing the exhausting job of being you for a while? Think about what it takes to be you during the day. You have to maintain a personality, remember your history, respond consistently with your character, manage how others see you, make decisions that align with your identity. You have to be the same you that you were yesterday, that you'll be tomorrow. You have to hold together this coherent sense of self, this continuous identity through every changing circumstance. And that takes energy, enormous energy, more energy than you probably realize. Because the self isn't a thing that just exists. It's something your brain constructs and maintains, moment by moment, through constant effort. Neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga discovered what he calls the interpreter, a part of the left brain that constantly creates narratives to explain your behavior and maintain a consistent sense of self. This interpreter never stops working during waking hours. It's always telling you who you are, what you believe, why you did what you did, how this current moment fits into the story of your life. It's like a narrator running continuously in the background, holding together the illusion of a unified, consistent you. But this narrator is exhausting. This constant self-maintenance, this perpetual identity management, it drains your mental resources. And by the end of the day, the strain of being you has become almost unbearable. You need a break, not just from activity, not just from thinking, but from being a self at all, from carrying the weight of identity, from maintaining the story of who you are. And that's what sleep really is. It's not death, it's not unconsciousness, it's a temporary release of self, a few hours where you don't have to be anyone, where the job of identity maintenance is suspended, where you can finally rest from the exhausting work of being a person. Think about how liberating that is. When you sleep deeply, there's no one there worrying about what others think, no one maintaining an image, no one protecting a reputation, no one holding together a personality, just consciousness itself, unbound by identity, pure being without the burden of being someone in particular. And in those hours, Your overworked brain finally gets the relief it's been desperate for all day. Philosopher Thomas Metzinger calls the self the ego tunnel, a narrow view of reality created by the brain to help you navigate the world. But staying in that tunnel all the time is claustrophobic. Sleep is when you briefly exit the tunnel and experience what it's like to exist without boundaries, without definition, without the limitations of a fixed identity. This is why sleep feels so restorative, not just because your body repairs itself, but because your psyche gets a vacation from itself. The person you pretend to be all day, with all their worries and responsibilities and characteristics, that person gets to disappear for a while. And what remains is just pure awareness, pure being, without any particular form or story attached to it. This is what meditation teachers call true rest. Not the rest of the body, but the rest of the self. The relief of temporarily not existing as a separate, defined entity. But most people are terrified of this. They approach sleep like it's annihilation, like letting go of the self means ceasing to exist. So they hold on. They grip their identity tightly. They maintain vigilance. They stay alert, protecting the self even when the self desperately needs a break. And this is what keeps them awake. Not insomnia, not a sleep disorder, just the refusal to temporarily release the exhausting job of being someone. Think about carrying a heavy backpack all day. At some point, you need to set it down. Your shoulders ache, your back hurts. But imagine being so afraid of losing your belongings that you refuse to ever set the backpack down. You sleep with it on. You shower with it on. You never, ever allow yourself the relief of being free from that weight. That's what you're doing when you can't let go of self to sleep. The backpack is your identity, and you're so afraid that if you set it down, even for a few hours, it might disappear. So you carry it through the night, exhausted but unwilling to release it. But here's the truth. The self isn't real enough to lose. It's just a pattern, a habit, a story your brain tells. And that pattern will still be there in the morning. The story will pick up right where it left off. You're not risking anything by letting it go for a few hours. You're just giving yourself the break you desperately need. The break from having to be anyone at all. Zen teacher Shunryu Suzuki said, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind, there are few." When you release the self, when you stop being the expert on who you are, you return to beginner's mind, open, undefined, free, and in that freedom, sleep comes easily, because there's no one left to stay awake, no one left to worry, no one left to protect or maintain or control, just awareness itself, resting in its natural state, boundless, peaceful, empty of identity but full of presence. And in that emptiness, in that absence of self, there is finally, completely, rest. So tonight, when you feel yourself gripping your identity, holding on to who you think you are, trying to maintain continuity and control, you can practice something radical. You can let go, not forever, just for the night. Let the story of you pause. Let the character you've been playing take a break. Let the exhausting job of being someone in particular be suspended while you rest in pure, undefined being. You'll still be here in the morning. The personality will reassemble. The story will continue. The self will return, just like it always does. But for these few hours, You can be free. Free from identity. Free from history. Free from the weight of being a particular person with particular problems. Just awareness itself, vast and open. Finally, getting the rest. It's needed all along. Sleep is not losing yourself. Sleep is releasing yourself. And in that release, you discover what you've always been underneath the costume of personality. Not someone, not no one. Just pure, peaceful being, finally allowed to rest. What if your mind is going to reset itself tonight, whether you cooperate or not? Think about your computer. When it gets overloaded, when too many programs are running and the memory is full and everything starts to slow down, what does it need? It needs to restart, to clear the cache, to close all the programs and begin fresh. And this restart happens automatically when you shut it down. You don't have to tell each program individually to close. You don't have to manually clear the memory. The system does it all on its own, following protocols that were built into its design. Your mind works exactly the same way. By the end of each day, your mental RAM is full. You've processed thousands of pieces of information, made hundreds of decisions, managed countless social interactions, regulated your emotions through dozens of situations. And now your system is overloaded, cluttered, desperately in need of a reset. And that reset is going to happen tonight, whether you give it permission or not. Because it's not optional, it's biological necessity. Neuroscientist Giulio Tononi developed what's called the synaptic homeostasis hypothesis of sleep. Essentially, during the day, your brain strengthens connections between neurons as you learn and experience things. These connections, called synapses, grow stronger and stronger. But if they just kept strengthening indefinitely, your brain would become overwhelmed. Too much information, too many connections, no room for anything new. So during sleep, your brain automatically weakens most of these connections. It prunes them back. It clears space, not erasing important memories, but resetting your mental baseline, making room for tomorrow's experiences. This happens automatically, following ancient biological programming that existed long before you had the capacity to worry about whether you were sleeping correctly. And here's what's so comforting about this. You don't have to make it happen. You don't have to do it right. You don't have to give your mind permission or figure out the correct way to reset. Your brain already knows how. It's been doing this every single night of your life, and it will do it tonight too, regardless of how you feel about it, regardless of whether you're consciously trying to help. Think about your heart. It beats without your permission. You don't have to think about each beat. You don't have to consciously maintain your heart rate. Your body handles it automatically because it's too important to leave to your conscious control. Sleep is the same. It's too important to depend on you figuring it out. So your body doesn't ask your permission. It doesn't wait for you to approve. When the time comes, when your system is depleted enough, it initiates the reset sequence automatically. Your only job is to stop interfering, to stop trying to help, to stop monitoring whether it's working. Because the reset is going to happen with or without your conscious participation. Dr. William Dement, one of the founders of sleep medicine, used to say something profound to his patients. Sleep is not something you do. Sleep is something that does you. You don't create sleep. Sleep happens to you when the conditions are right. And one of those conditions is getting out of your own way. Stopping your conscious mind from interfering with processes that have been running automatically since you were born. Most people approach sleep like it's a task they have to perform, like they're responsible for making it happen. But that's backwards. Sleep is what happens when you stop performing, when you stop trying, when you finally allow the automatic systems to do what they've always done. You don't reset your mind. Your mind resets itself. You're not in charge of this process. You never were. And that's actually the best news you could hear tonight, because it means you can stop trying, stop strategizing, stop worrying about whether you're doing it right. The reset is coming whether you help or not. In fact, it comes faster when you don't help. Think about a child fighting sleep. They want to stay up. They want to keep playing. So they resist. They try to stay alert. They fight the drowsiness. But eventually, despite all their resistance, sleep takes them anyway. Their body overrides their will. The reset happens without their permission. And in the morning, they wake up refreshed, whether they cooperated with the process or not. You're not different. You might be older. You might have more sophisticated ways of resisting, more elaborate stories about why you can't sleep. But ultimately, your body doesn't care about your stories. When it needs to reset, it will reset. And the more you stop interfering, the sooner it can do what it needs to do. Psychiatrist Milton Erickson, who pioneered indirect approaches to therapy, used to tell his insomnia patients something that baffled them. He'd say, "Don't try to sleep. Just lie there and prevent yourself from sleeping." And what happened? They'd fall asleep, because the moment they stopped trying to make sleep happen, the automatic process could finally run unimpeded. The reset could begin without their conscious interference. Your mind is going to reset tonight. Not because you earned it. Not because you did everything right. Not because you finally figured out the secret. But because biological necessity demands it. Because your brain cannot function tomorrow without clearing space tonight. The reset is inevitable. The only question is whether you'll exhaust yourself fighting it, or whether you'll simply allow what's already happening to continue unimpeded. Think about falling. When you trip, your body automatically extends your hands to catch yourself. You don't think about it. You don't plan it. Your reflexes take over because the situation is too urgent to wait for conscious decision-making. Sleep is the same kind of reflex. When your system is depleted enough, sleep catches you automatically. Your conscious resistance can delay it, can make it more difficult, but it cannot prevent it indefinitely. Eventually, your biology wins. Your body gets what it needs. The reset happens with or without your permission. So tonight, instead of trying to make sleep happen, instead of monitoring your progress or worrying about whether it's working, you can simply acknowledge the truth. This is out of your hands. This is not your job. The reset is coming, and all you have to do is stop blocking it. Stop standing in front of the door. Stop holding onto wakefulness like it's your responsibility to maintain. Just step aside. Let go. Allow the automatic processes to do what they've been trying to do all evening. Your mind will reset itself. It always does. It has to. And tonight is no different. The only thing that's ever been in your control is whether you make it difficult or whether you make it easy. And making it easy just means getting out of the way, releasing your grip, trusting that your body knows what to do, because it does. It's known for your entire life. The reset is coming, without your permission, without your help, without your conscious involvement. And in that beautiful inevitability, you can finally, deeply, rest. What if the confused, foggy, disoriented feeling you're fighting is actually the doorway you've been looking for? You know the sensation. Your thoughts start to become loose, disconnected. You can't quite hold on to a complete idea. You think about something, and then you forget what you were thinking about. Time feels strange. You're not sure if seconds are passing or minutes. Reality starts to blur. You might hear something that isn't there, see patterns in the darkness that shift and change, feel like you're floating or falling. And most people panic at this point. They think, wait, I'm losing control. This doesn't feel right. I need to wake back up and think clearly. So they pull themselves back to full alertness, back to logical thinking, back to the familiar territory of coherent consciousness. But that confused, foggy state, that's not a problem. That's not you doing something wrong. That's the doorway. That's the threshold between waking and sleeping. And you have to pass through it to get to deep rest. Dr. Thomas Vare, who studied sleep architecture, found that the transition from waking to sleeping is not a clean switch. It's a gradual process that moves through several distinct phases. And one of those phases feels like confusion, like losing your grip on reality, because that's exactly what's happening. Your grip on reality, your clear sense of what's real and what isn't. That's a function of your waking consciousness. And as your consciousness shifts towards sleep, that clarity dissolves. The boundaries between imagination and perception blur. The difference between memory and present experience becomes uncertain. Your mind starts mixing things together that don't belong together. Logic breaks down. And this feels dangerous if you don't understand what's happening. It feels like something is wrong, like you're losing something important. But you're not losing anything except the waking state you're trying to leave behind. Think about a chrysalis. Inside that cocoon, the caterpillar doesn't just grow wings and emerge as a butterfly. It completely dissolves first. Its body turns to liquid. Its structure breaks down entirely. And in that dissolved state, in that confusion of what it was and what it will become, the transformation happens. Without the dissolution, there can be no butterfly. Your consciousness is that caterpillar, and sleep is the butterfly. But to get from one to the other, you have to pass through the dissolution, through the confusion, through the state where you're neither fully awake nor fully asleep. This state has a name. Scientists call it the hypnagogic state. It's characterized by dreamlike imagery, loose associations, temporal distortion, and a general sense of cognitive confusion. And it's completely normal, completely necessary. Every single person who falls asleep naturally passes through this state. The only difference between people who sleep well and people who don't is that good sleepers don't fight it. They recognize the confusion as progress, as movement towards sleep, while poor sleepers panic. They interpret the confusion as a sign that something is wrong. So they activate their waking consciousness to fix the confusion. And in doing so, they prevent themselves from crossing the threshold into actual sleep. Poet John Keats wrote about negative capability, the ability to be in uncertainties, mysteries, doubts, without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. This is exactly what you need for sleep. The ability to be confused without trying to fix the confusion, to be disoriented without demanding orientation, to lose your grip on clear thinking without panicking about the loss. Think about a child learning to swim. At some point, they have to let go of the side of the pool. They have to allow themselves to be held by water instead of holding onto something solid. And that moment of letting go, that transition from solid support to fluid support, it feels frightening, uncertain, like they might sink. But if they can tolerate the fear, if they can allow themselves to be confused about what's holding them up, they discover that the water holds them just fine. Sleep is that water. And the confusion is the moment of letting go of the solid support of waking consciousness. It feels frightening because you're not sure what will hold you. But if you can allow the confusion, if you can tolerate not knowing, you'll discover that sleep catches you perfectly. Tonight, when the confusion comes, when your thoughts start to lose their coherence and reality starts to blur, don't fight it. This is not a problem to solve. This is not a state to escape from. This is the doorway opening. This is your consciousness beginning to shift modes. This is the transformation beginning, and all you have to do is allow it. Let yourself be confused. Let your thoughts be nonsensical. Let time feel weird. Let reality blur. These are not signs that something is wrong. These are signs that everything is working exactly as it should. Your brain is successfully transitioning from waking to sleeping. The logical, coherent, reality-testing parts of your consciousness are powering down, and the dreaming, symbolic, fluid parts are powering up. This transition requires passing through a state that feels like neither, like confusion, like disorientation, like you're losing something, but you're not losing anything important. You're just releasing your grip on waking consciousness so you can finally cross the threshold into sleep. And the more comfortable you become with confusion, the faster you'll move through it. Dr. Rosalind Cartwright, who studied the transition to sleep for decades, found that people who sleep well have what she called cognitive flexibility. They can tolerate their thoughts becoming loose and strange without trying to regain control. While people with insomnia have cognitive rigidity, they try to maintain clear, logical thinking right up until the moment they lose consciousness. And because they're fighting the natural loosening of thought that precedes sleep, they delay sleep sometimes for hours. The confusion is not your enemy. The confusion is the doorway. And tonight, when you find yourself becoming foggy and disoriented and unsure of what's real, you can smile, because that means you're making progress. That means your consciousness is doing exactly what it needs to do, dissolving the boundaries, loosening the logic, opening the door, and all you have to do is keep walking through it, even though you can't quite see where you're going. Trust the confusion. Welcome the fog. Let yourself become disoriented and loose and strange. This is how consciousness transforms from waking to sleeping. This is the path everyone must take. And on the other side of this confusion, on the other side of this foggy threshold, deep sleep is waiting, safe, restorative, peaceful, exactly where you've been trying to get to all along. What if your dreams aren't messages you need to decode, but simply your brain taking out the trash all your life? You've probably been told that dreams are meaningful, that they're messages from your unconscious, that they reveal hidden truths about yourself, that you should analyze them, interpret them, understand what they're trying to tell you. But what if that's not what dreams are at all? What if dreams are just your brain's cleaning crew, working the night shift, organizing files and taking out garbage? Neuroscientist Matthew Walker, who has spent decades studying sleep and dreams, explains it simply. Your brain processes enormous amounts of information every day, thousands of experiences, millions of sensory inputs, countless emotional reactions, and all of this information needs to be sorted. What's important gets strengthened and stored as long-term memory. What's irrelevant gets discarded. What's emotionally charged gets processed and integrated. What's unresolved gets worked on. This sorting process is what dreams are. Your brain pulling up files, making connections, processing emotions, consolidating memories. And the dream imagery you experience, that's just the random byproduct of this organizational work. Like seeing the shadow of someone working behind a screen. You see movement, shapes, activity. But you're not seeing the actual work being done. You're just seeing the surface manifestation of deeper processes. Think about defragmenting a hard drive. When a computer reorganizes its data, moving files around to make the system run more efficiently, you might see a progress bar or flashing lights. But those visuals aren't the process itself. They're just indicators that the process is happening. Your dreams are those flashing lights, visual, auditory, and emotional experiences that arise as a side effect of your brain doing its nightly maintenance. They're not trying to tell you anything. They're not encoded messages waiting to be deciphered. They're just the noise your brain makes while it's organizing itself. Dr. J. Allen Hobson, who studied dreams for his entire career, proposed what he called the activation synthesis hypothesis. During REM sleep, random neural activity occurs in the brainstem. Your cortex, trying to make sense of this random activity, synthesizes it into a narrative. It creates a story, a dream. But the story is created after the fact, not before. The neural activity comes first, random and meaningless. The story your brain tells about that activity comes second, as an attempt to explain what's already happening. This is why dreams are so bizarre, why they jump from scene to scene without logic, why your dead grandmother is suddenly in your childhood home talking to your boss. Because the brain is just stitching together random activations, trying to create coherence out of chaos. And here's why this understanding is so comforting for sleep. It means you don't have to analyze your dreams. You don't have to remember them. You don't have to figure out what they mean. Because they don't mean anything beyond the fact that your brain is doing its job. Organizing, processing, cleaning, taking out the mental trash so you can wake up with a fresher, clearer mind tomorrow. Think about watching someone organize a messy closet. They pull things out, look at them, decide what to keep, what to throw away, where things should go. From outside the closet, it might look like chaos, things scattered everywhere. No obvious pattern. But the person doing the organizing knows exactly what they're doing. They have a system, and by the end, the closet is clean and functional, even though the process looked random and messy. Your dreaming mind is organizing that closet. and from your perspective, from the part of you that occasionally becomes aware during dreams. It looks bizarre and random, but your deeper brain knows exactly what it's doing. It's processing yesterday's emotional experiences. It's consolidating what you learned. It's making connections between new information and old memories. It's clearing out what doesn't need to be kept. And it's doing all of this without needing your conscious help or understanding. Psychiatrist Ernest Hartman spent years studying nightmares and difficult dreams. And what he found was surprising. Even nightmares, even disturbing dreams, serve a function. They're often your brain processing fear, working through trauma, or practicing responses to threats. Not because the dream content itself is important, but because the emotional processing that's happening underneath is essential. The bizarre imagery is just the surface. The real work is happening deeper, where you can't see it. So tonight, if you dream, let the dreams be strange. Let them make no sense. Let them jump and shift and transform without logic. You don't have to remember them. You don't have to understand them. You don't have to analyze them in the morning. They're just your brain doing its work, organizing itself, processing the day, preparing for tomorrow. And the less you try to control or understand this process, the more efficiently it can happen. Some people wake up during the night and remember fragments of dreams, and they lie there trying to figure out what the dream meant. Why was I back in high school? What does it mean that I couldn't find my car? Is my unconscious trying to tell me something? But this is like interrupting someone while they're cleaning and demanding to know why they're holding a particular object. You're interrupting a process that works better without conscious interference. If you wake during the night with dream fragments in your mind, just let them dissolve. Don't grab onto them. Don't try to analyze them. They're just debris from your brain's organizational work. Let them fade back into the darkness and let the work continue. Philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein wrote, "Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent." Dreams are like that. They're a language your conscious mind can't speak. They're processes your waking awareness can't understand. So stop trying to speak about them. Stop trying to understand them. Just let them happen in silence, in darkness, doing their work while you rest. Your brain knows how to organize itself. It's been doing it every night of your life, and it will do it again tonight, whether you understand the process or not, whether you remember the dreams or not. The meaning of dreams is not in their content. The meaning is in the function they serve: organizing, processing, cleaning, preparing your mind for another day. And that function happens automatically, perfectly, without any need for your conscious involvement. So let your dreams be strange. Let them be forgotten. Let them do their work in the darkness while you, the conscious you, simply rests, because the organizing is happening whether you watch it or not. And in the morning, you'll wake with a clearer mind. Not because you understood your dreams, not because you decoded their messages, but because your brain had a chance to take out the trash, reorganize the files, and prepare you for whatever today brings. The dreams are just noise. The sleep is what matters. And tonight, you can finally stop trying to understand the noise and just let yourself sleep. What if every single thought waiting for your attention could actually wait until morning, right now? As you lie here, your mind is probably offering you a list, things you need to think about, problems you should solve, decisions you need to make, plans you should finalize, conversations you need to mentally rehearse. And each item on this list feels urgent. Each thought presents itself as if it requires immediate attention, as if something terrible will happen if you don't think it through completely right now. But here's the truth that will set you free tonight. There is not one single thought on that list that actually needs to be finished before you sleep. Not one problem that must be solved in the next hour. Not one decision that has to be made while you're lying in darkness. Everything can wait. Everything will wait. And everything will still be there in the morning if it's actually important. Think about what your mind is really doing. It's presenting you with mental tasks as if they're emergencies, as if each thought is a fire that needs to be put out immediately. But if you examine them honestly, most of these thoughts aren't emergencies at all. They're just thoughts, ideas about things that might need attention eventually, worries about situations that aren't happening right now, plans for events that are days or weeks away. Neuroscientist Daniel Levitin, who studies organization and productivity, explains that the brain doesn't distinguish well between urgent and important. It treats everything that enters conscious awareness as if it deserves immediate attention. This is why your to-do list can feel overwhelming, even when nothing on it is actually time-sensitive. Your brain is just flagging everything as, "Look at this now." But that's not accurate information. That's just how an overloaded mind operates when it hasn't been given clear priorities. And at night, when you're trying to sleep, nothing is urgent, nothing is time-sensitive, because there's nothing you can actually do about any of it right now anyway. The stores are closed, the people you need to talk to are asleep, the computer is shut down, the world is paused. This is not the time for action. This is not the time for decisions. This is not the time for problem solving. This is the time for rest. And rest means letting everything wait. Think about a courtroom. When the judge calls a recess, all the cases stop. The lawyers don't keep arguing. The witnesses don't keep testifying. Everything is put on hold until court resumes. No one would stand up during recess and say, "But this case is urgent. We must finish it now." Because everyone understands that there's a time for court business and a time for recess. And during recess, nothing moves forward regardless of how important it is. Night is your recess. Your mind is calling a recess. And every thought that insists it needs to be finished right now is like a lawyer who doesn't understand that court is not in session. Dr. Michael Bruce, a sleep specialist, tells his patients something simple. Your brain at 3 in the morning is not equipped to solve problems well. Any problem that seems urgent at night will still be there in the morning, and it will look completely different with a rested mind. This is not procrastination. This is wisdom. Recognizing that some times are appropriate for certain tasks and other times are not. And night, especially the hours you've designated for sleep, is not appropriate for any mental task beyond resting. But your mind doesn't know this. So it keeps presenting thoughts as if they're urgent. What about this? What about that? Shouldn't we figure this out? Shouldn't we plan this? Shouldn't we worry about this? And each time you can give the same answer. Not now. This is not the time. This can wait until morning. Not dismissively, not harshly, just firmly and kindly. The way you'd redirect a child who's asking questions when it's time for bed. That's a good question, but it's time to sleep now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Think about a computer with too many tabs open. Each tab represents something you started, something you thought was important enough to open. But having them all open simultaneously slows everything down. The system can't function efficiently. At some point, you need to close the tabs. Not delete them, not abandon them. Just close them temporarily so the system can rest and reset. And in the morning, you can open the ones that still matter. Your thoughts are those tabs, and night is when you close them. All of them. Not because they don't matter, but because keeping them open prevents the rest your system desperately needs. Poet Antonio Machado wrote, "Traveler, there is no path. The path is made by walking." Your thoughts want you to figure out the entire path tonight, to see every step clearly before you rest. But you can't see the path until you walk it. And you can't walk it tonight. You can only walk it tomorrow when you're rested, when you're clear-headed, when the sun is up and the world is available for action. So why spend tonight trying to map a path you can't walk yet? Why exhaust yourself planning for a journey that hasn't begun? Better to rest now so you're ready to walk when the time comes. Every thought that feels unfinished tonight will be easier to finish tomorrow. Every problem that seems insurmountable in darkness will be more manageable in daylight. Every decision that feels impossible now will be clearer after sleep. This is not faith. This is neuroscience. Your rested brain genuinely does function better than your exhausted brain. The difference is not subtle, it's dramatic. What takes an hour to figure out at midnight takes 10 minutes to figure out at 9 in the morning. So, you're not abandoning your responsibilities by choosing not to think about them tonight. You're actually being more responsible. You're preserving your mental resources for when they can actually be used effectively. Think about a baker. They don't bake bread in the middle of the night just because people will want bread in the morning. They rest at night so they can wake early and bake when the time is right. They trust that the right time will come. And they don't exhaust themselves preparing during the wrong time. You are that baker. And night is the wrong time for the mental baking you're trying to do. The right time will come. Morning will arrive. And you will be so much more capable then if you rest now. So tonight, when your mind presents you with a thought that feels unfinished, a problem that feels urgent, a decision that feels pressing, you can acknowledge it. I see this. I hear this. This matters. And then you can add the most important sentence. And it can wait until morning. Not might wait. Not should wait. It can wait. Because there is not one thought in your mind that cannot survive being put on hold for a few hours. Nothing will be lost. Nothing will be forgotten that actually matters. Nothing will fall apart because you chose rest over rumination. In fact, everything will be better. Everything will be clearer. Everything will be more manageable because you chose to rest. The thoughts will be there in the morning. The problems will wait. The decisions will keep. Everything that needs your attention will still need your attention when you wake. The difference is, you'll actually be able to give it proper attention then. Right now, you're not capable of your best thinking. You're tired. Your prefrontal cortex is offline. Your emotional regulation is impaired. Your perspective is distorted by exhaustion. This is not the state in which to finish anything important. So stop trying. Stop forcing. Stop insisting that tonight is the night everything must be resolved. It's not. Tonight is the night everything gets to rest, including your thoughts, including your problems, including your busy, exhausted, overworked mind. There is no thought you must finish tonight. Not one. And in accepting this, in truly letting go of the urgency your mind has created around its own content, you finally give yourself permission to do what you came here to do. Rest, deeply, completely, without one single unfinished thought standing between you and the sleep your body has been begging for. Everything can wait. Everything will wait. And you can finally, gratefully, rest. What if you don't have to get anything right tonight? Not even your thoughts. For your entire life, you've been trained to do things correctly, to think the right thoughts, to solve problems accurately, to understand things properly, to perform well, to get it right. And this training has created a habit. Even at night, even when you're trying to rest, you're still trying to do it correctly, still trying to think the right way, still trying to make your mind behave properly. You lie here monitoring yourself. Am I relaxed enough? Am I thinking too much? Should I be focusing on my breath more? Am I doing this meditation technique correctly? Am I falling asleep the right way? And all of this monitoring, all of this effort to get it right, creates tension, creates striving, creates the very thing that prevents rest. Because rest is not a performance. Rest is not something you can do correctly or incorrectly. Rest is what happens when you stop trying to do anything at all. When you stop performing, when you stop trying to get it right, when you simply allow yourself to be exactly as you are, without any requirement to improve or fix or perfect anything. Meditation teacher Jon Kabat-Zinn teaches what he calls non-striving as one of the fundamental attitudes of mindfulness. Not trying to get anywhere, not trying to achieve anything, not trying to become different from what you already are. Just being present with what is, with however you are, with whatever is happening, without judging it, without trying to change it, without needing it to be better. This is what you need for sleep. Not better thoughts, not deeper relaxation, not more perfect awareness, just simple, still, accepting awareness of whatever is actually present right now. Your thoughts are chaotic. That's what's present. Your body is tense. That's what's present. Your mind is wandering. That's what's present. And all of it is perfectly acceptable exactly as it is. Think about a still pond. The water isn't trying to be still. It's not working at stillness. It's not performing stillness correctly. It's just still. Naturally, effortlessly, because nothing is disturbing it. Your awareness can be like that pond, not trying to be still, not working at being present, not performing awareness correctly, just simply being aware in a relaxed, effortless way of whatever is here. The breath rising and falling, the sensation of lying in bed, the sounds in the room, the thoughts drifting through, the feelings present in your body, all of it just noticed, just present, without any effort to improve it or change it or make it different. Neuroscientist Richard Davidson, who studies meditation and the brain, found something interesting. The people who showed the most benefit from meditation were not the ones who tried hardest or performed best. They were the ones who approached practice with what he called gentle persistence, not forcing, not striving, just consistently showing up and allowing whatever happened to happen, being present without demanding that presence look any particular way. This is what you can practice tonight, not trying to rest correctly, not trying to meditate perfectly, not trying to think the right thoughts or feel the right feelings, just being here, just being aware, just being present, however that looks, however that feels, whatever is actually happening in this moment. That's enough. That's always been enough. You've just been taught that you need to do more, be more, achieve more, even in rest. But you don't. You never did. Still, awareness is enough. Just being here, breathing, noticing, present. That's the whole practice. That's the whole point. And you can't do it wrong because there's no right way to do it. Think about a baby. A baby doesn't try to be present. They just are present. They experience what they experience without judging it, without trying to change it, without wondering if they're doing it right. They just are. And that pure being, that simple presence without self-consciousness or performance anxiety, that's what you're invited back to tonight. Not becoming like a baby, but remembering what you knew before you learned to perform. That simply being here is enough. That you don't have to earn the right to rest. You don't have to perfect your mind before you're allowed to sleep. You don't have to get anything right. Zen teacher Shunryu Suzuki said, "The most important thing is to find out what is the most important thing." And for tonight, the most important thing is not achieving anything, not improving anything, not fixing anything. The most important thing is just being here, still, aware, present, however imperfect that presence might be, however distracted or tense or worried or uncomfortable you might feel. That's what's here, and that's enough. You don't need to have peaceful thoughts. You don't need to feel deeply relaxed. You don't need to achieve some special state of consciousness. You just need to be present with what's actually here. The tension is here. Be present with tension. The worry is here. Be present with worry. The inability to sleep is here. Be present with that, not fighting it, not trying to change it, just allowing it to be exactly what it is while you remain present, aware, still. And here's what's beautiful about this approach. When you stop trying to get it right, when you stop performing, when you stop judging your experience against some standard of how it should be, the tension naturally begins to release. Not because you made it release, not because you did something right, but because the tension was largely created by the trying itself, by the effort to be different from what you are, by the striving to achieve some ideal state. And when the striving stops, when the trying relaxes, the natural state of your being begins to emerge, which is not hyper-alert perfection. It's just simple, peaceful presence, awareness resting in itself, being resting in being. Think about how you feel when someone accepts you completely, when they don't try to fix you or improve you or make you different, when they just see you as you are and love you anyway. There's a deep relaxation in that acceptance. You can offer that same acceptance to yourself tonight, to your worried mind, to your tense body, to your inability to sleep perfectly. You don't have to fix any of it. You don't have to improve any of it. You can just be present with all of it, accepting it, allowing it, letting it be exactly what it is. And in that gentle acceptance, In that release from the need to get it right, rest finally becomes possible. Not the perfect rest you imagined, not the instant sleep you hoped for, but real rest, genuine relaxation, the kind that comes not from achieving anything, but from finally stopping the exhausting effort to achieve. Still awareness is enough. You are enough, exactly as you are right now, with all your imperfect thoughts and feelings and sensations, with your busy mind and tense shoulders and worried heart. All of it is welcome. All of it is acceptable. All of it is enough. Because you were never supposed to be perfect. You were only ever supposed to be present. And tonight, that's all you need to be. Here, now, aware, still. And that's not something you do. That's what you are underneath all the doing, underneath all the trying, underneath all the performing. Just pure, simple, still awareness, not trying to be anything, not trying to get anything right, just being. And in that being, in that perfect enough presence, sleep will find you when it's ready. Not because you earned it, but because you finally stopped blocking it with your efforts to deserve it. You don't have to get it right. You just have to be here. And you already are. You've always been. And that has always been enough. What if you don't have to wait until you're unconscious for your mind to finally rest? Most people think of sleep as an on-off switch. You're either awake or you're asleep, either conscious or unconscious. And they believe they have to wait for that switch to flip, for consciousness to suddenly turn off, before rest can begin. But that's not how it actually works. Sleep is not a sudden transition. It's a gradual process, a dimming rather than a switch, a slow fade from full consciousness to unconsciousness, and somewhere in the middle of that fade, your mind can rest even while you remain technically awake. This is the secret that good sleepers know intuitively. You don't have to wait for complete unconsciousness to let your mind rest. You can let your thoughts sleep first. You can let your mental activity quiet and settle and drift into a rest-like state, and then your body will naturally follow. Think about a child getting drowsy. They're still awake, still conscious, but their mental activity has already slowed down. They're not thinking actively. They're not engaged with the world around them. Their mind has already started resting, even though they haven't technically fallen asleep yet. They're in that twilight state, where consciousness is present but not active. Awareness is there but not engaged. And this state, this in-between place, is deeply restful even before actual sleep occurs. You can enter this state intentionally, not by forcing it, not by trying to make it happen, but by allowing your mind to rest while you remain aware of it resting. By letting thoughts slow down and fade without waiting for unconsciousness to take over. Neuroscientist Sarah Mednick, who studies rest and sleep, explains that the brain doesn't need to be fully unconscious to get rest. Even quiet wakefulness, where you're awake but not actively thinking or processing, provides significant restoration. Your brain repairs itself. Your nervous system resets. Your mental resources replenish, not as efficiently as during deep sleep, but much more efficiently than during active waking. So this in-between state, this quiet wakefulness, this resting awareness, it's valuable, it's restorative, it's worth practicing even if sleep hasn't happened yet. And here's what's beautiful. When you practice letting your mind rest while remaining aware, You stop creating the anxiety around not sleeping yet. You stop monitoring. You stop checking. Because you recognize that even this state is restful. Even lying here with awareness present but thoughts quiet is serving your body's need for restoration. You're not wasting time. You're not failing at sleep. You're giving your mind the rest it needs, and your body will follow when it's ready. Think about a sunset. The sun doesn't suddenly disappear. It gradually fades. The light dims slowly, moving through beautiful colors, getting darker and darker until finally the sun is below the horizon and night has arrived. But the resting of the day began long before darkness was complete. Your mind can rest like that, gradually, gently, the thoughts slowing down, the mental activity dimming, the engagement with content fading, and you can be present for this entire process, watching peacefully as your mind settles into rest, knowing that full sleep will come when the dimming is complete. Meditation teacher Shinzen Young describes what he calls the dark retreat, a practice where people spend days in complete darkness, allowing the mind to settle without any visual stimulation. What they discover is that consciousness doesn't need to disappear for deep rest to occur. The mind can be awake, but profoundly quiet, aware, but not active, conscious, but not thinking. And this state is so restful that people emerge from dark retreats feeling as refreshed as if they'd slept deeply for days. You can access a version of this tonight, not by spending days in darkness, but by allowing your mind to be awake but quiet, conscious but not thinking, aware but not engaged, just lying here, just breathing, just present. And when thoughts arise, which they will, you don't follow them, you don't engage them, you just let them drift through your quiet mind like clouds drifting through a still sky, present but not disturbing the essential stillness underneath. This is letting your mind sleep before you do, letting the mental activity rest while awareness remains. And as your mind gets quieter and quieter, as the thoughts fade more and more, as the mental activity dims toward darkness, your body naturally follows. Heart rate slowing, breathing deepening, muscles releasing, the whole system preparing for sleep because the mind has already shown it how. The mind has already entered rest, and the body knows to follow that lead. Think about a conductor ending a symphony. They don't suddenly stop the music. They gradually quiet each section. The brass fades, the strings soften, the woodwinds gentle, until finally there's silence. But the silence was approaching for measures before it arrived. Your thoughts are that symphony, and you can conduct them into silence, not by force, not by demanding they stop, but by letting each section fade naturally, letting the loud thoughts quiet, letting the active thoughts settle, letting the engaged thoughts release, until finally there's a kind of silence, not complete unconsciousness, but something close, a resting awareness where consciousness remains, but content has faded. And in that space, that beautiful twilight space, you can rest deeply even before sleep officially arrives. And when sleep does come, when that final transition happens and awareness itself fades into unconsciousness, it will be so gentle you might not even notice, because you've already been resting for minutes or maybe hours. The transition from resting awareness to sleeping unconsciousness will be seamless, natural, easy, because your mind is already at rest. It's already quiet. It's already let go. And sleep is just the final small step in a journey that began the moment you allowed your mind to rest before you did. So tonight, don't wait. Don't lie here hoping for sleep to suddenly take you. Instead, let your mind rest right now. Let your thoughts slow down. Let your mental activity quiet. Let your consciousness remain but become passive, receptive, still. You don't have to be unconscious to rest. You just have to let your mind stop working, stop thinking actively, stop engaging with content, and rest in simple, quiet awareness. Aware but not thinking, present but not doing, conscious but at peace. And as you practice this, as you get comfortable with letting your mind rest while you remain aware of it resting, you'll discover something wonderful. The anxiety about sleep dissolves. The fear of not sleeping fades, because you realize you're already resting, already giving your system what it needs, already in the process of restoration, and whether unconsciousness arrives in 5 minutes or 50 minutes. You're not losing time, you're not failing. You're resting. Your mind is sleeping, and your body is learning to follow. Let your thoughts sleep first. Let them fade. Let them quiet. Let them drift into silence while you watch peacefully. And then, when they're finally at rest, when your mind has shown your body how to let go, sleep will come for you too. Gently, naturally, easily. Because you've already done the hard part. You've already let go of the doing, the trying, the working. You've already allowed rest to begin. And sleep is just rest taken to its natural conclusion. Your mind is sleeping now. Can you feel it? The quiet, the stillness, the gentle fade of activity. That's rest. That's what you came here for. And whether you notice the moment consciousness disappears or not, whether you remember falling asleep or not, doesn't matter. What matters is that you're resting now. Your mind is at peace now. And that peace is enough. That rest is enough. That quiet is enough. Everything else will follow in its own time. Sweet dreams, or no dreams at all. Just deep, restorative, healing rest. Your mind has already found it. And now, in your own perfect time, you can follow it all the way home. Sleep well. And now, as you lie here in this quiet darkness, you understand something you didn't understand before. Your mind was never your enemy. Your thoughts were never the problem. You were just trying too hard to control what was meant to flow naturally. Tonight, you've learned to stop fighting, to stop forcing, to let your mind do what it's always known how to do. Drift, release, rest. And tomorrow night, when you return here, when you lie down in this same darkness, it will be easier, because you'll remember these truths. You'll remember that thoughts are just events, that worry is just protection, that confusion is just the doorway opening. You'll remember that you are not your mind. You are the vast, peaceful awareness in which the mind rests, and that awareness has never needed anything to be different than it is. So close your eyes now. Let these truths sink deeper. Let your mind continue its natural drift towards sleep, and know that tomorrow these words will be here waiting, ready to guide you home again. Until then, rest deeply. You've done everything you needed to do, and what's coming now is exactly what you deserve. Complete, perfect, beautiful sleep. Good night.